Good morning, everyone. Shabbat Shalom.
Good morning. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Yummy, your hair is getting so long.
Very long. How are you feeling, Phyllis?
I'm feeling good, and I haven't talked to the doctor yet, but I think I'm fine. I'm clear. The test, they let me read the test results.
Also, you had the results right away.
hmm Yeah, I just for the PET scan. I still don't have the biopsy back.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
the PET scan said that they didn't see anything anywhere.
Okay.
Praise Yahushua,
Praise
hallelujah.
Yah. Praise Yah. Yes. Good.
I'm not making that an announcement yet because I haven't heard the final thing from my doctor. I haven't even talked to my doctor yet, so I'm waiting to hear from him.
Yeah, those biopsies usually take, like 4 or 5 days or so.
How are you
But
all been?
it, but it looks good, so that's fantastic.
How have you all been doing?
Good.
Good?
Yeah.
Yes.
A little bit better weather. I mean, not today, but
Yeah,
we
today's
had a few nice days.
Yeah, today's cloudy, but we have a few days with blue sky and
Yeah, we do.
sunny. Very
Yeah.
nice.
In the 60s.
Yeah. So we're
No,
supposed to get some rain today, but that's good too. We need it.
Levi's shaking his head like you haven't had pretty weather.
Well, it's about 16 degrees this morning, 20 degrees, um, overcast. Had some snow, a little bit of rain for about a day in February. Yeah, this weather's a little weird for me up here,
Where are you?
right off the Canadian border in Minnesota.
Oh, well, that would explain it.
Yeah,
Hi, Josh.
Hi, Josh.
What's going
I
on, guys?
noticed.
How are you?
Good, good.
Good, good. Thanks.
I noticed this morning when I was walking the dogs that one of my neighbors' flowers are starting to come up.
No.
What's wrong, Papa?
What is it, Ollie? What is
Yeah, it was almost 70 degrees here in Ohio yesterday. So
wow.
very different from our usual 10-degree
we
weather we have in February. So I don't know what's going on there.
I'm looking at 60 degrees right now, and that's unheard of this time of year. But I think we're supposed to go back to freezing in a week or so.
I was able to get a little head start on the yard. So I went outside and picked up sticks and got some stuff done around the gardens.
Good for you, Josh. You go, boy.
Phil is hiding from you, Phyllis.
I'm sorry.
Phil is hiding from you.
Yeah, I beat him last night too. Did he say so?
Did we get to 16 last week or we just stopped at 15, I think, right?
We did. We stopped at 15. Wait a minute. I gotta go get my book. Hold on, guys. I left it in my office.
Good to see you, Levi. What's up, man?
Good to see you as well. I want to mention something to you too. I heard what you were saying about dialysis last Shabbat, and just so happened this week some things popped up on YouTube about some couple people being on dialysis, and they changed their diet and they were able to get off dialysis and made some changes to their health. So I'm gonna have you look into something and do some research about this, and hopefully it'll help your situation out a little bit. Carnivore diet, being at least 80% carnivore and eating the fat on beef, and the health benefits of it, getting off carbohydrates and sugar and really regulating your diet really close. There's quite a bit of health benefits to it. And I'm going to tell you to go on YouTube and search dialysis and carnivore diet or somewhere along them lines.
All right.
And just do your own research. I'm just pointing you in a direction. I heard your situation, and I'll just say it this way: pray about it and listen to Yahuwah. But nonetheless, there's a couple people out there that were on dialysis, and they changed their diet, and they were able to get off, and it made some drastic health improvements. So I'm just saying, hey.
Yep. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. You know what? I at one point I had stopped eating meat and just went to a plant-based diet. And that was the absolute worst thing that I'd ever done.
Yeah.
It made me very, and it made me very weak. I felt anemic. I felt, I mean, I didn't even feel human, man. I felt like I was about ready to kick the bucket.
How you doing?
But
Hey, Phil.
You lost the color in your face and everything too, I bet.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I know what you mean about the carnivore diet, because I eat plenty of meat now, and I make sure I eat that stuff. And I eat a lot of eggs, a lot of salmon. I mean, I actually am very, a lot of people who've been on dialysis for 7 years, like I have, don't look like me as far as health wise,
Right.
And so I go to the gym every day. I eat what I'm supposed to eat. I take my medications as needed. And you know what? Most people can't even tell, just by looking at me out and about, so it wasn't always like that. I used to look really sickly.
Right.
Every time I'd see someone would, I could feel like the pity, and, you can almost, it makes me feel weird. I didn't want that attention. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to change. I'm going to try to do whatever I can do to get healthy and, and live a long life on dialysis. And I guess what I do is working pretty well, because I honestly, I do pretty well, man, for all things considered, I mean, all glory to him, upstairs. And
amen.
It really is, man. I mean, it's all him. And I had a buddy, who came into my life, or, we were best friends in high school, and we kind of moved apart from each other, but then he got back into my life, and, he saw that I was going downhill as far as my health. And, he says, well, Josh, why don't we go climb a mountain? So he set a goal for us to go climb this mountain, and that made me want to go get in shape for it. So then I went and got in shape. I trained for, probably 4 or 5 months so I could go climb this thing, and from that, after we went, we did it, we climbed it. And ever since then, I've just been on a healthy road. So thank Yahuwah for putting that guy, for putting my best friend back in my life. And because I was probably could not be here right now if it weren't for him. So, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean as far as the diet's concerned. It is really important. And, yeah, I will look more into the carnivore diet to see if there's anything that because I tell you what, I'm mostly carnivore right now, as it is. So,
well, I'll throw this last little bit in there. I made a switch too, and I was feeling the same symptoms as you were as far as a plant-based diet. I wasn't fully plant-based, but I was missing something, and I was praying heavily about it. Well, just so happened, Yahuwah dropped everything in my lap in a short period of time, and I kept going, what is this? What's going on here? So I started looking into it. And at first it was like, well, that would explain everything. So I made a switch to myself, and big difference. I mean, it was almost like answer to my prayers, like instantly. And I'm somewhere probably a little bit below 80% right now as far as beef and fat. But I'm trying to push upwards of 90% plus and just get off everything else. The more
Yeah,
from what I found is the more, I guess, the more carnivore you can go, the better off you're going to be.
yeah.
And it's
You know,
basically beef and fat,
yeah.
salt, and water. Try to eliminate everything else. So eggs are in there. I do a
Mhm.
lot of salmon too as well. Everything else I've been trying to drop.
Yeah, I've dropped everything except I eat a lot of beef too, and I eat a lot of antioxidants just because my kid, to fight the free radicals in my body because my kidney's not filtering out a lot of the toxins. So I eat a lot of strawberries and things that's high in antioxidants. But yeah, mostly meat, man. I'm with you on that. That plant. People who go on a plant-based diet have their heart in the right place, but then you go on it and you realize real quick that we were not meant to, as we are right now, we weren't meant to be on a plant-based diet. And it kind of hurts your heart a little because I'm kind of guy, I like animals. I don't like hurting animals or, that kind of thing. But it is what it is, I mean, we were designed for it, at this point in time. And until we get our new bodies and, everything else, this is the way it's going to be, and
Right.
but
Yeah.
I did like it in principle, but when you actually do it, you realize, whoa, this is, especially for someone like me who's on dialysis, but I need all that protein and everything else that comes along with it.
The fat's important. That's one thing that I found in the research that I found is the fat is just as important as the protein on many different levels. So it is what it is, like you were just saying.
Yeah. And,
One more
I
thing.
started, oh yeah, go ahead.
Chaga tea. Chaga tea, look into it. It's very high in antioxidants. It's like super high in antioxidants. If that's what you're looking for, get on like chaga tea. It's super beneficial
Yeah,
to the health.
I don't drink chaga tea, but I drink a lot of green tea because the flavonoids and the antioxidant content. And it really does make a big difference for me, for someone like me.
Chaga's super packed on the flavonoids and all that. Just look into it. That's
Phyllis,
Yes, sir.
would you ask Lou about, because shaga is a how do you call it? I think it's one of the foods that we're not supposed to eat. So I don't know.
What is it made from?
Yeah, Yami, how do you say hongo in English? I think it's a mushroom, isn't it, Levi?
Oh, no. Well, Lou,
it's a fungus. It grows on the top of birch trees.
Yeah, I know, but supposedly we're not supposed to eat that kind of stuff.
actually, thank you for saying that, Ro. I didn't know what it was, but
Yeah, I didn't know either.
They if it doesn't bear, I mean, it's not.
If it doesn't bear seeds,
and I know people say, well, the spores are seed. No, those are spores. It's a fungus.
Right.
maybe Lou knows if there's an exception, if it's for medicinal purposes. Maybe he could help us out.
I have to go
Yeah,
upstairs anyway.
absolutely.
Good reason for me to go up and harass him.
Yeah, we had the other night on Natsarim Life a gentleman that he collects it himself. He goes out and gets the shaga himself because he doesn't like buying it from mass producers.
Yep.
And he said that the benefits of it is like day and night for a lot of people, and but it is a fungus, and we're not supposed to eat mushrooms. We're not supposed to eat any type of fungus. But I don't know as a tea. That's why I'm asking her to ask Lou and see if there's um, I don't know if there's any type of exception for medicinal purposes.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad you're bringing this up. I guess I heard it. A friend of mine's father got cured of terminal lung cancer going on it. They gave him 6 months to live, and 3 months after him being on it, he was completely cured and it was completely gone. So I looked into, well, I've known about it for quite some time, and I guess I never really thought about it like that.
The thing is that it's a very good. I guess you would excuse my English because it's not my first language. Okay, it inflammatory. It reduces swelling, and most of our pains, like from any type of arthritis, it's all based on swelling of inflammation. There's Lou. Maybe he can help us out.
Yeah, I called the Papa.
Uh-oh. It's something, anything that has to do with fungi. I don't consider any kind of food that needs to be ingested in our body because they grow on decaying matter. And I'm sure Yahuwah has a purpose for it, but it's something that it's actually the largest organism known to man, and because it's an underground thing, and it's something that we probably wouldn't want to ingest, even though it may have some benefits that we can find, but it's something that it grows on decaying matter. It's a toxic, whatever it has, we wouldn't consider it food. It wasn't given to us for food. But are people using it though for?
It supposedly has even great benefits for cancer, for any type of inflammation, for people that have psoriasis.
I have heard.
They dry it and they make tea out of it. They make a tea out of it.
I have heard about that use. However, even cancer itself has been sometimes compared to a fungus. There have been people that insist that it itself is a fungus. The way it mutates and grows and spreads, it breaks cells off, and then it goes to other places in the body and the lymph system, and that's why it is. It doesn't like sodium, or what is it? They use something that I think they combine it with sugary stuff like syrup from trees, and baking
soda with grade B. What is it? Grade B, bottom of the barrel, and a maple syrup, which is loaded with minerals, but it's very expensive.
Yeah, baking soda is something that kills fungus, and it kills cancer. So there's something about fungi and cancer that I think maybe related, but they could be the same thing. I don't know.
Are you muted? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
One of the things that I understand is if our animals don't eat it, then we shouldn't eat it. Meaning that if you see it, if you watch a deer, you can eat acorns. You don't eat like they do. You got to clean it up a little bit. But anything an animal can eat, then we should be able to eat. And I don't know. I eat mushrooms, but lion's mane, things like that. But I, in the vitamins, but I don't really go out and want to. For some reason, every time I pick up a box of mushrooms, it sits in the refrigerator before, and I go, why haven't I used that? So there's a reason why I don't. It's maybe something telling me you're not supposed to. I don't know.
A lot of stuff that has cyanide in it, like apricot seeds too.
Yeah, I will say that lion's mane mushroom.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing a lion's mane tincture, and that has really been shown in studies to grow neuron growth in mice.
Wow.
So I was having a lot of trouble with dialysis and neurological issues. And I started taking a lion's mane tincture, and it seemed to have really made a big improvement. But, is it just placebo? But ever since I've been taking it, I have noticed a significant improvement. But
Well, there's a product made from pomegranate, and it's high in antioxidants, and that might be really the thing that you're benefiting from. There could be antioxidants that are involved that are really doing the work. But pomegranate juice, it's in most Walmart stores, and it's called Palm, and it's a couple of round ball shapes, and it's a dark fluid. I'd get on that. It tastes great to me. I don't drink a lot of it. You just drink a moderate amount.
yeah, the antioxidants really seem to be a big deal, especially, and I'm kind of living proof of that because of my kidney situation, and I can just tell the immensity in which it helps.
Yeah,
So,
that's cool.
One of the things that Lou was talking about is Laetril. It's vitamin B17, and it comes from apricots.
Yeah, apricot
And
seed.
but you do not eat more than like you start out real small, 1, and then you can build up to 3. Now, some people have built up to eating quite a few, but I don't know that I'd go that far because they're very powerful.
Yeah.
There's a fruit. I only know the Spanish name. I'm gonna try and look it up now. Called guanabana, where they made tea from that, and they say that helped a lot with cancer also.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most of your teas are very beneficial because for first thing, it's liquid and gets into your system faster. But if you even look at China, I don't want to bring up the culture, but there's a culture, Chinese, that, I mean, teas. And yeah, they heal a lot.
Yeah, it's soursop. Guanabana is soursop.
I'm gonna make.
Oh,
your
I've
coffee.
heard of that.
I'm gonna go get your coffee. Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, boys. He has to go get my coffee.
Yeah.
We'll be getting started in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. Yeah,
Shalom, Mark. I'm sorry.
I was listening to that conversation, and in Genesis, Yahuwah is pretty specific when he gives us every plant yielding seed for food, and mushrooms do not yield seed, and that's one big problem. Although there is no specific command not to eat fungi, but they do not yield seed, and then so they would not qualify as food according to Genesis 1:29. And then meat was given in Genesis 9 for that we could eat meat, but also you're not allowed to eat the blood. So if you eat raw steak, that's a violation of Torah. There's the only 2 things I can add to what y'all were talking about, just for thoughts.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
I've been taking something. I'm a human experiment because I'm always trying to lose weight, trying to feel good, trying to have energy, and I've been starting to feel pretty good. And one of the things I was taking is zinc with copper. And when you think about all the the plant things, but the meat, because the animals eating the grass, they're getting a lot of the nutrients that they are that we need. And so that with iron, but your iron, from what I was just I listen to a lot of stuff. Okay. I don't watch them. I listen. That the iron cannot be absorbed into the cell unless you have that copper. So that's why how you're tired. Well, what does meat have in it? It has iron.
Yeah.
So I think that compensating the copper and the zinc, I put them together. I mean, they came as one. That helped with that level of because I was taking a nap every day, and I'm like, why am I so tired? So yeah, check into your copper. And the other thing is, remember they've taken out a lot of the copper pipes. Okay, I'll let you talk, Joe.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that my iron's low. My iron's always been low, just because when you don't have any kidneys, it messes with your iron levels anyway. So they were giving me iron injections, and the iron injections they weren't doing anything for me. And so I did what you did. I read up on copper and I started taking copper along with it, and that was a big help in my energy spike. Was just what you just said. So, but it's crazy how the human body it's just amazing how it works and operates, and what, to absorb something, you need something else, and it gets really complicated, man. It's unbelievable.
Well,
That's why we're supposed to eat vegetables and plants and a variety of things, because even, but eating things with the commercial flour, that's not going to give you any nutrition. If you want additional good nutrition, buy your own wheat berries and grind your own. It's easy to do. You can just have a little machine, and every time I want bread, I grind it up. And
I never get any, I always stay away. People always get this pre-made mixture stuff or whatever. If I have a smoothie, I just literally mix up berries and whole foods and blend it together and drink a smoothie of it. I think I've always felt better doing it that way than going and buying whatever at the grocery store, and it's been processed and put through who knows what.
You don't need that junk.
Burned and then put back into a bottle. Right.
Yeah, that stuff is poison.
So,
Yeah,
I'm with you on that. And I eat a lot of meat, but I eat a lot of really, man, strawberries make me feel fantastic. I don't know what is in strawberries, but I love strawberries. I always have strawberries in my fridge.
I just had some. And when I think about that wheat berry, Yahusha was walking through the field and he was picking wheat. Of course, the wheat was higher than it is now as far as growth, but he's picking that. The wheat is, have you ever watched, everybody go watch Becker's Bread. What is it? And her name?
It's Sue Becker and Becker Bakeries or something.
Yes. We got a lot of that, but I had to put it away because I was eating so much of it and I don't need that. But that whole kernel is protected, and it has everything you need in it. Protein. We need protein, but what's happening with you, Josh, is that iron wasn't getting into the cell, and that's the problem. We're being blocked. So get out in the sun as well, because the D actually helps that process. And so where are we always at? We're in a building. We're working in a building. We're not out like our father had us out planting food and doing things outside. We're too much stuck in a no sunshine. And then what are people, well, I don't want to say that, but the sun is being held back. Okay. But I don't want to get into that mess.
Okay, let's get started here now. We got 39 people on, so let's get started. Kind of running over late here, a little bit late today. All right, so we left off Yahukanon 16 last week. So we'll get into Yahukanon 16, perhaps 17 today. And very great, very good chapter, both of them, really. 17's mind-blowing, but so 16. Who would like to read chapter 16 for us?
Where's Tad when you need him? But I'll read if you want.
Okay, Joshua, go ahead.
These words I have spoken to you so that you do not stumble. They will put you out of the assemblies, but an hour is coming when everyone who kills you shall think he is rendering service to Elohim. And this they shall do to you because they did not know the Father nor me.
Okay, hang on a minute.
But I have said.
Okay, so he says they will put you out of the assemblies What's he talking about here? What assembly?
The churches.
There was no church back here. There were pagan temples back then,
Yeah,
but not
okay.
churches. So it wouldn't be a church.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anybody?
The assembly would be anybody that would gather, wouldn't it?
Say that again.
Anybody that would be gathering would be an assembly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but back then, what did the assembly consist of? Go ahead, Raul. Can't hear you, Raul.
Fellowshipping at the synagogue, because they would gather at the synagogues.
Yeah, it could be regarding to a Jewish or a Yehudai synagogue.
Or gathering at homes as fellowship, because for some of them were gathering in homes.
So is he talking about a prophecy right here? Is he prophesying about the end times?
Yeah, there's a prophecy here, and so if you and probably so, Joshua, and so they will put you out of the assemblies, which could be like Ra just said, Yehudai synagogue, but it also could be the body, because the body of Mashiach is the assembly, right? Everybody know that? So it could be try to throw you out of the body of Mashiach among the assembly, or it could be the assembly of the Natsarim, okay? But I think the big clue here is the following statement after the comma. See, assemblies, comma. But an hour is coming when everyone who kills you shall think he is rendering service to Elohim. So, what do you think this is?
So what if this is talking about? I mean, like the assemblies. If it's the current church talking about the J-man, and then they kick you out because you're going against the J-man instead of the real true name. So the assemblies will put you out and they'll kill you over it. You know what I mean? Because they think you're not.
Because I think we're on to something here with the churches. Who mentioned churches the first time? Who was that? Okay.
Me.
So this is like, to me, a conversion from the original assemblies that were the Yehudim and the Gentile converts mixed together, and it morphed into what they started calling the circuit or the church, right? And then they went in and they began to inhabit the pagan temples as their house of meeting, and then where it says, "In who kills you thinks they're rendering service to Elohim," killing the Hebrews, right? Because they think the Hebrews crucified the J-man, right? So this is obviously then a prophecy about the Crusades. Is it not? Is Yahusha not prophesying about the Crusades here in this statement? What do you think?
I don't see that, but I do see Catholics excommunicating people for stupid reasons.
He's prophesying about the RCC.
Well, that's who ordered the Crusades. Crusades were ordered by the Pope to go out and slaughter all Jews and anybody that disagreed with their doctrine, their Catholic doctrine.
Okay, forgive me, Mark. I wasn't looking at it in that perspective. You're right. They were told to go and kill in the name of Jesus, weren't they?
Yeah, with the big red cross on front of them. Remember, not too many years back, that the Pope actually gave a apology speech for the Crusades. Remember that? Just like 2 years ago, he did it on national TV. Go ahead, Josh.
Could this happen where this is the return of the J-man, you know, and this is, because they said they will kill you in my name, or for my name's sake. I'm sorry, I'm not quoting that properly, but they shall turn you over and kill you. What was that? Matthew 24:5. I can't remember. So is this could this even be a future event from today, where the return of the J-Man happens, the anti-Messiah, and then people, kill those who don't follow him? Or, I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know.
I think it is prophetic, because he says, these words I have spoken to you so that you do not stumble. And so this could be a type of a foreshadow of people falling for or following the anti-Mashiach and his false doctrine. It could be. It definitely appears to be prophetic. Go ahead, Sharon.
We're speaking of the Knights Templar, right? The Knights Templar transformed into what? The Rothschilds? And they're still doing to us through the 501c3, through these churches, to take us out. Whoever speaks against their J-man or their doctrine or whatever. So it's still going on. I'm an example of one that was walked out of a church, okay? Because I questioned who is Melchizedek, and John the Baptist said the time is at hand now. So that it never stopped. It just changed position or names.
Yeah, all that stuff is byproduct of the RCC. So the RCC is behind all that. Joshua, go ahead and finish reading up to verse 5.
And this they shall do to you, because they did not know the Father nor me. But I have said these words to you, so that when the hour comes, you remember that I told them to you. And these words I did not say to you at the beginning, for I was with you.
Okay.
Okay,
stop right there. Okay, so now we're getting a little bit more info. So he says, and this they shall do to you, because they did not know the Father nor me. And so this would be definitely a religious sect. But I have said these words to you, so that when the hour comes and you remember that I told them to you. See, so this is definitely prophetic, because he said, I'm telling you before it happens, so that when it happens, you know. See that? So this has to be some kind of prophetic information that he's giving here for in the future, so that when it happens, you know. So it seems to me then that they've taken over the assemblies. They've thrown out all the Natsarim. The Natsarim have scattered, and this religious sect or religious organization type deal here is taken over. And they're running around trying to kill all the Natsarim, hunt them down, kill them. And they're wanting to create this religion. And they think they're doing all this in the name of the J-Man, rendering service to Elohim by killing all these people, which they are not. See that? So the only one that I can think of, as far as I can tell, is that did anything even close to this was the Catholic, the RCC, through the Crusades. There was not just one crusade. There was a lot of crusades. Nobody really knows the number of people that were slaughtered during these crusades. Go ahead, Joshua.
Well, I was just going to say that Matthew 24:5, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am the Mashiach, and they shall lead many astray. And, you'll begin to hear of wars and reports of wars and things of that nature. But I don't know. It just seems like like a prophetic warning that, he's going to come, someone's going to come as the Mashiach, and people are going to follow him. And then people are going to kill others, for not going along with, whatever's happening at that time. We don't know, but
Yeah, this is what Lou White says here is kind of important. Shaul, later named Paul, was ordered to arrest those in the assemblies that used the name. And so so what we're reading here now is before Yahusha's crew got staked on the Roman executioner stake, before he died. He was still alive, right? Because that's who's talking here. So it was before. So after his resurrection and ascension and Yahusha was gone, that's when Paul or Shaul of Tarsus was out running around, ransacking the assemblies and trying to capture those that were using the true name, because it was forbidden. It was if you used it in public and they heard you say it, the penalty was death. And so this could be part of this as well. It could be.
and every denomination uses the J name, and I just
Well, this could be speaking of what was going on after Yahusha's death, because it's still futuristic. It's still prophetic.
Yeah.
So how many years after Yahusha's death was Paul running around ransacking the assemblies? See, at first the Natsarim and the Yehudim were they were going into synagogues and stuff like that, but there was also congregations in people's homes and stuff like that as well. Even out in fields near rivers and things like that, they would assemble. And so this could be very well pointing to this time period of Paul.
I agree. And I'm not trying to go against anything that you're saying here, but in Matthew 24:9, then they shall deliver you up to affliction and kill you, and you shall be hated by all nations for my name's sake. So those Matthew verses are talking about the future, right? Like from now.
They're talking about farther out into the future, further out. So this would be, but it could be. It still could be the Crusades here.
Yeah.
When everybody who kills you think they're rendering service to Elohim.
Which they did in the Crusades, right? I mean, that's what their whole Roman Catholic Church.
Well, Paul thought he was rendering service.
Yeah, Paul also thought that.
And that wasn't way out in the future. That was right there, then.
How many years do you think?
I don't know, but he was involved in one of the apostles' death. Paul. Didn't he hold?
Stephen,
didn't he hold the coat when they were stoning, I think, James?
So it was before 70 AD, right?
No, I thought it was Stephen, Ro.
I'm sorry. I might have gotten the wrong one.
I think it was Stephen.
Stephen, that he held the coats, and for them to stone me, that was Stephen.
Mm-hmm.
Stephanos. So yeah, it could be either one, but I think here really that this may be a closer prophecy here. After he's speaking, like pretty much right after his death, resurrection, ascension, they would start. Because who's he talking to? Well, he's talking to his Talmudim, which would have been right there and then. Okay.
Yeah.
But it definitely repeated during the Crusades for sure. So, you know what I mean?
I was going to say.
Imply.
I was going to say that history always repeats itself, right? So I mean, it's like.
So this could be immediately because he's speaking of the Talmudim of Paul and what the Yehudim was going to do after he was gone. And we take it a little bit farther out, and it repeats during the Crusades. We could take it farther out, even all the way to the end times, like you were suggesting in Matthew, and it would apply there as well. right?
Yep.
Let's continue on. Then unless anybody has any questions or anything.
But now I go away to him who sent me, and not one of you asks me, where are you going? But because I have said these words to you, grief has filled your heart. But I say the truth to you. It is better for you that I go away, for I do not go away. The Paraclete shall not come to you at all. But if I go, I shall send him to you.
Okay, hang on. Why, if he doesn't go away, he says, if I do not go away, the Paraclete shall not come to you at all. Why is that? Why does she have to go away for the?
Because his blood was the atonement, right? The blood. It was all about the blood.
But why does she have to go away before the Paraclete can come? Who's the Paraclete? Go ahead, Raul.
Because he is the Paraclete, and unless he goes away, he can't be sent.
Okay. Why? Yeah, I mean, Yahuwah is omnipresent. He can be everywhere at once all the time. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think Raul's right, except one more step, the blood. Someone else mentioned the blood, his blood. So his blood cleansed us so that the Paraclete could come be with us.
That's a really good point. Very good point. Sharon, did you have your hand up?
Pretty much the same thing is that if he's here in the flesh and blood, body and form, that he had to. It's the peekaboo that's getting ready to happen that he talks about here. So,
okay, let's continue on then, Joshua.
And having come, he shall reprove the world of sin, and of righteousness, and of judgment. Of sin, because they do not believe in me. Of righteousness, because I go to my Father, and you see me no more. Of judgment, because the ruler of this world is judged. I still have many words to you, but you are not able to bear them right now.
Okay, stop. All right, so what does all that mean? And having come, speaking of the Paraclete, he shall reprove the world of sin and of righteousness and of judgment. What does that mean? What's he talking about? First of all, what's reproof?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Can't hear you, Raul.
Proving it again. They're reproving it.
No, not quite. So reproof is like scolding you or correcting you, more than likely gently, correcting you, but correcting you nonetheless. Okay, or even scolding you in a harsher type reproof. Okay, so it can be gentle or harsh, but it's a correction. Okay, so, and having come, he shall reprove the world of sin and of righteousness and of judgment. What does that mean? Okay, so let's break it down to where it makes a little bit more sense. So we'll start with sin. We'll say, and having come, speaking of the Paraclete, he shall reprove the world of sin because they do not believe in me. So what's that mean?
Well, just what you said, I guess, scolding because we didn't believe. So he's coming to maybe esteem himself. I don't know. I don't know exactly.
Mm-hmm. Phyllis?
If they had believed in him, they would not sin. He said that because you did not believe in me, then your sin remains with you.
Yeah. So if he wouldn't have come, they'd had no sin, right? But since he had to come, that was proof that they were sinners, that they did sin. Otherwise, if they had no sin, he would not have come. But since he came, then now they're sinners. It proves that they are sinners. See what I'm saying? And so sin because they do not believe in me. So they don't believe that the Messiah came to take away their sin. Then they would remain in their sin, right? Or would they have no sin? Which one is it?
Say it. Go ahead. I say it.
Well, if they didn't know they had sin, they wouldn't have any.
They wouldn't know it to be sin.
Did you hear me?
Yeah. So Yahushua would not have come if they had no sin.
Yeah.
Right?
And then comes to show them what righteousness is. And if they don't, then
Okay.
there's judgment.
They had sin, but didn't know they had sin.
Sin. Yes.
Okay.
Mm.
But since he came, now they have no excuse for their sin. Because that's proof that they were sinners because he had to come and die. He wouldn't have came and died if they had no sin. So his coming and his execution, his dying, shedding of blood proves that they were sinners. Okay? All right, now how about this next one? And having come, he shall reprove the world of righteousness because I go to my Father and you see me no more. What does that mean?
Is that the current times right now? Like where it's like, we're kind of off on our own doing our, you know what I mean? Where, I don't know. I don't know what he means by that, to be honest with you. Like
Karen?
I don't know.
Because he's no longer
After
forming.
his crucifixion, I guess.
Go ahead, Josh. Because the form in flesh is no more. And then he's going to bless us with a Paracleta. And and everything that he has taught us and his word becomes, we walk it out by faith. Yeah. I lost it. I forgot.
Anybody else? So what this is kind of saying is that our righteousness is not our righteousness. Our righteousness is the righteousness of him who dwells us, which is the Paracleta. The Paracleta is who? Who is that?
Spirit. His spirit. Yahuwah. Yeah.
Yeah. So we could say it's the Paracleta is the Ruach HaKodesh. We could say that it is the spirit of Yahusha. We could say it's Yahuwah. Right? No contradiction there. Just different titles applied to the same being, to the same role. Is this a role that Yahuwah is playing? You better believe it is. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I'm wondering if, because you see, I'm stumbling over the word reprove, because he included reprove the world of sin and of righteousness and of judgment. And then down here he said of righteousness because I go to my Father. And I'm wondering if it's because reprove is not just fussing at, but also guiding, because that's what the Paracleta does for us. It tells us when we do wrong and reproves us. I mean, I get reproved occasionally.
So when you think you're not a sinner, he will correct you and let you know that you are a sinner. Okay, if you think that you're a righteous person, if you think you're a righteous person, what's everybody pointing at? If you think you're a righteous person, he's going to correct you and let you know that it's not your righteousness, It's the righteousness of who indwells you. It's Yahuwah's righteousness in you. Yahusha's righteousness in you. So when Yahuwah looks at you, he doesn't see your sins no more, because all he sees is the righteousness of Yahusha indwelling you. And then, well, the judgment, same thing. So he'll correct you on judgment, because the ruler of this world is judged. And that you're when you begin to judge others, you're not the judge. If you judge others, then you are a judge of the Torah. You judge Torah, and therefore you're in big trouble. See what I'm saying? So this is correction in the way that the human mind thinks. In other words, you all thinking wrong about sin, righteousness, and judgment. I'm going to correct those thoughts. When I come into you, I'm going to teach you the truth and show you what it really is. See what I'm saying? Any more questions or anything on this, or comments? I don't know.
I'm just stumbling on I go to my Father and you see me no more. Like, what is that? I'm trying to image that and trying to make it make sense, you know?
Of righteousness, because I go to my Father and you see me no more. Okay? And so your righteousness will be his righteousness in you. It's not in your righteous. You know, I know people, man, and I've heard them, and then I've talked to them, and they just, you know, they just don't want to yield to the Paracleta. And so what they tell me is, you know, I am working on the fruits of the Spirit, okay? And they act like the fruits of the Spirit are their fruits. And so that they can perfect them by working on each and every one of them, they can develop into this righteous being. Okay. Now,
Like
also,
it's all them. Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Josh.
I was just gonna say, like it's all on them. Like they're the in power. They're the ones that are in control of it, right? Instead of the Paracleta.
Yeah. So he's going to correct them on the righteousness. Because I go to my Father, I died, I shed my blood, and I died and was resurrected, okay? So that my righteousness can be your righteousness, and Yahuwah will remember your sins no more. See that? And so that's why he's saying that, you know, you see me no more. See, man? Because he'll be in you, and his righteousness will be your righteousness. You're not going to physically see his righteousness anymore, but you're going to become righteous, not because of your righteousness, but because of the righteousness of he who indwells you. Go ahead, Sharon.
And as you said, it's a lot of people will say fruits with an S on it. It's fruit, and that's the Ruach, and that's his righteousness in you, is the fruit, which is the Ruach in you that comes through. So it's not like something you work on. It's there because of the Ruach.
Right. So let's look at Galatians real fast, you guys. Go to Galatians really quick. We might as well get this one out of the way here. So it's almost like saying, I am obedient. Okay, I'm an obedient person. I obey Torah, and therefore I'm delivered through my obedience. Okay, and if that was true, there would be no need for Yahusha to have to come down here and die. No need for it. If people can be that righteous and can be obedient enough to deliver themselves through their obedience. See what I'm saying? If that was the case, then why did Yahushua have to come down here and die? You know, everyone falls short of the esteem of Yahuwah. We're all sinners, or we were sinners. And it says all are sinners That's speaking before the conversion, before your rebirth. Everyone was. Nobody could save themselves. The only two people I know that didn't die was Elijah and Enoch. Is that because they never sinned? I don't think so. I think it's because they had a pure heart, and they loved Yahuwah, and they wanted to know Yahuwah and be with Yahuwah 100%, man, no matter what the flesh was doing. I mean, think about some of the things that Elijah did. I mean, we don't hear a lot about Enoch, but look at some of the things Elijah did. He slaughtered all them priests of Isabel's priests, remember? And a lot of other things. Go ahead, Sharon.
Well, Yahusha would say to people, go and sin no more. So that is obtainable. And then Elijah and Enoch, they were in his, going. Enoch, he took him because he was with, walking in his ways and his word, and knew his Melchizedek priesthood understanding, basically.
Yeah, let's go to Galatians. It says in 5:22, Galatians, but the fruit of the Ruach, right there's all we need to know. This is the fruit of the Ruach, not the fruit of man. So the fruit of the Ruach is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, trustworthiness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such there is no Torah. Okay, because these are the fruits of the Ruach. There's no, the Torah was given for transgression. That's why there's no Torah against Yahuwah's fruits, his character, his personality, his traits. That's what these are. And the only way for us to get these is that we have the Yahusha's spirit in us. And then these fruits that are observed coming out of us, these good fruits, is nothing more. It's not our righteousness. It's his righteousness. And it's nothing more than proof that we have the indwelling spirit of Yahusha living in us. Otherwise, we would not be able to produce these fruits because they're not ours. They're the fruits of the Ruach. So look back up there at 19 and you'll see what our fruits are, the fruits of men. And the works of the flesh are well known, which are adultery, whoring, uncleanness, indecency, idolatry, drug, sorcery, hatred, quarrels, jealousies, fits of rage, selfish ambitions, dissensions, factions, envy, murders, drunkenness, wild parties, and the like, which I forewarn you, even as I also said before, that those who practice such as these shall not inherit the reign of Yahuwah. There's man. There's your fruits. So if you see people producing those fruits, what's that proof of? They don't belong to him. He's not indwelling them. They're not his. But if they produce the fruits of the Ruach, that's solid proof that the Ruach HaKodesh is indwelling that person, or they wouldn't be able to produce those fruits because they don't belong to man. They belong to Yahuwah. Okay? Everybody clear on that? All right, let's go back to John then. So when somebody tells you they're working on the fruits and that they've learned to be patient, a lot more patient and everything, and they're taking Yahuwah's esteem, aren't they? Because what if Yahusha's in you, what has happened to you? What has happened to your life if Yahusha indwells you? What has happened? Go ahead, Phyllis.
You've turned your life completely over to him and keeping his commandments.
Even more so. Even further. Go ahead, Sharon.
We're no longer carnal. We're new creations. So we don't want those things. We don't need those things because we have victory in the Ruach. Thank you. Thank you.
That's right. We have died with Mashiach. So we no longer exist. We're a new creature. Okay. All right. So back to Yahukanon. And having come, he shall reprove the world of judgment, because the ruler of this world is judged. Who's the ruler of this world?
Satan.
Okay, and he's judged, right? It means he's already judged. So can he repent?
No.
Nah, he's already been judged, right? So can our flesh repent? Can our body
Yes.
repent?
No.
No. Why? Because it's already been judged. Yahuwah's already made up his mind and decided that all flesh will return to dust, and flesh cannot inherit the reign of Yahuwah. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the reign of Yahuwah. So the flesh is judged. We can't save our flesh. You can be as obedient as anybody that's ever lived, and you cannot save your flesh and blood body. It's going back to dust. It's been judged and condemned. It's only awaiting the executioner now. So what's up with that, judge? What is it saying here? Of judgment. He shall reprove the world of judgment, because the ruler of this world is judged. What's it mean? Well, we just said he's correct in that thought. Okay? You can't save your body. You can't save your flesh and blood body. It's going to die. So what can be delivered then? What's this all about? Phyllis?
Your Ruach is the only thing that can inherit the Shamayim.
Yeah. So our being, our inner man, and we know there is a division because Yahusha said, don't fear man who can only kill the body, but fear Yahuwah who can kill both body and spirit in Gehenna. You see that? So the flesh has already been judged. We can't do nothing about it, man. You're going back to dust. By the fleshly tent's gone. All right, but the being who makes you who you really are, your personality, your character, your essence, all that remains to be judged. It hasn't been judged yet. And when it's judged, you're either going to receive a new body, an immortal body, or you're going to be tossed into the lake of fire, which is the second death, along with your fleshly body. And he's going to burn up both in Gehenna. Everybody seeing that?
Mm-hmm.
We're out to save our spirit, our being, our inner man, not our flesh. So when the flesh sins, as we go through our daily battle with our flesh, because in reality, we're all still in this vessel of flesh, right? Because we have to be, otherwise our Ruach would fall asleep. The vessel would be gone, our Ruach falls asleep. All right, so speaking of our spirit or inner man, not our breath of life. The breath of life, you quit breathing, returns back to Yahuwah, which is just the air that you're breathing now. You quit breathing the breath of life. See what I'm saying? So the thing we're concerned about then is our inner man, or our spirit, if you will, and in hopes of getting a new body. Why? Because our body's going back to dust. It's already been tried, convicted, and sentenced to death. So no judgment. The judgment is not for our fleshly bodies, but for our inner man. Everybody seeing it? That's what he's talking about here. He's saying Satan, the rule of this world's already been judged, but so has our flesh. Any questions? So he'll correct us, correct the world of the judgment, because the world of this world has already been judged. Everybody seen that? Picking up what I'm laying down on that now? Any questions or comments, anything? Yeah, okay. All right, Joshua. This last statement in 12, I still have many words to say to you, but you are not able to bear them now. What does that mean?
It seems like words that maybe they wouldn't be able to understand unless the events happened.
Yeah,
Or whatever. I mean, something along that path.
that could be. Anybody else have any thoughts on that? I still have many words to say to you, but you are not able to bear them now. Raul?
That they will be able to bear it once they receive the Ruach HaKodesh.
Yeah.
Ooh, good one.
Right.
Nice.
They're unable to understand because they're still in the mind of the flesh, aren't they? I mean, it's amazing, even up to after his death and his resurrection, and him appearing to them multiple times, that they still doubted. When they went to the mountain in Galilee and met him, what he told them to meet me after my resurrection, and they went there and they saw him, they still doubted. Why these people saw all these miracles? They saw him raise the dead, do all these miracles. They saw him resurrect his own body. He came through the walls of the room they were in that was locked up and appeared in their midst, in their middle of them. He let them touch his wounds, stick their finger in his wounds, and they all knew that he had to be Yahuwah, right? But yet they doubted when they saw him eating fish on the Sea of Galilee, right? They doubted when they met him on the mountain near Galilee. Why? These people were obviously appointed to everlasting life, and so they could believe. So why did they doubt? Raul?
Because they were flesh.
Yeah. The Ruach.
It's like people nowadays that still don't believe. And you could tell them all, and they can read all, and you can show them all, and they still don't believe.
That's right. The Ruach had not been given yet. They were still in the mind of the flesh. Sharon?
Same thing you just said.
I was just going to say, so essentially before the Ruach was indwelled, we would still be like that. In other words, he could come right back and do the same things. And in other words, nowadays, if he were to come back and do these things, we would be like, oh, there he is. He's here. Whereas if that had never happened and the Ruach was never indwelled, we would still be thinking like that, like they did back in those days. Correct?
Yeah, because the Ruach had not been given yet, which means the Paracleta had not reproved them of sin, righteousness, and judgment yet. So their minds were closed to truth. What we just read.
Right, but I'm just saying that we went through a transformation. It's with the Ruach being indwelled, correct?
Yeah, you're
humanity at large,
immersed in the Ruach. Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Like if that hadn't happened, we would still be thinking like they thought, even today.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so with the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh, why? What is that?
Well,
what does that do?
I mean, it's everything that you just said in Galatians, where your joy, kindness, gentleness.
That's just evidence that he's a dwell in you. But what does the immersion of the Ruach do? Obviously, you can't save your flesh. It's been tried, convicted to death, sentenced.
It saves our Ruach.
How?
We die to self.
When we re-immerse and we receive the Ruach.
How does that help you deliver your spirit? By being immersed with the Ruach. How?
Because then you want to walk by the Torah. You want to walk by the ways.
It opens our eyes and opens our ears and to learn the truth.
Sharon?
We die to ourselves. We no longer live. He lives in us.
Well, what is that? How does that help your Ruach? You're trying to get your deliver your Ruach. Go ahead, Phyllis.
He does it for us. It's not anything we can do. It's a gift from him. He will do it for us.
But how? How is the immersion of the Ruach deliver our spirit or inner man? Phil?
Obedience, walking as a living sacrifice, staying ourselves set apart through the Torah, the 10 words. Denying ourselves the worldly pleasures and entrapments and worshiping him only and not the world.
These are all evidence, proof of him being in us. What I'm asking is, how is the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh, what does it do to your inner man? Sharon?
Surrendering and unto faith. Our faith is when we walk out what he's already done a long time ago. So our faith and dying to ourselves,
Still work.
and that still work. I'm saying a lot of what we're saying is about works. So.
Raul?
His blood cleanses us of our sins. And his Ruach comes into us and we become him.
Can you repeat the question again, Mark?
When you're immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh, what does that do to your spirit man?
Ike says it brings him to life within you.
Okay. All right. So let's look at Ephesians 4:30. Ephesians 4:30. And do not grieve the Ruach HaKodesh of Yahuwah, by whom you were sealed for the Yom of redemption. So that when you're immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh, he engulfs your spirit. He seals your spirit off to where sin cannot penetrate him and contaminate your spirit. Therefore, you cannot sin. You are powerless to sin now because the Ruach HaKodesh has sealed off your spirit, surrounded it, and has it sealed and protected for the day of redemption till he comes back and redeems you and gives you your mortal body. Because if your Ruach, once he immerses you and he seals off that Ruach, he's cleansed you. You've been cleansed in the water and the blood. You become a new creature. The old man has been put off. The sin that's saturated in your flesh is gone with the flesh that has died with Mashiach. So then he goes and he seals your Ruach really fast for the day of redemption so that you're powerless to sin. Sin can no longer penetrate the flesh into your inner man, your spirit, and put blemishes on your spirit. It's cleaned up. Guess what it is now? It's a virgin. It's a virgin bride being protected by the husband. It cannot be touched. It's air-proof. It's waterproof. It's sin-proof. He's got you sealed for the day of redemption. That's what the immersion of the Ruach does to you. And you are powerless to sin.
So does this mean that that means you don't sin at all if the Ruach if you're immersed in the Ruach?
That's right.
So you still have these thoughts or whatever, but you don't actually act on the sin, correct? Is that I mean,
there's a separation. There's a set apartness between the flesh that has been tried, convicted, and sentenced to death, and the Ruach that is now set apart to Yahuwah and is sealed by the Ruach HaKodesh, by the Paracleta, for the day of redemption. And that cannot sin. Okay, your flesh is gone. Regardless, it's gone. Okay, we have nothing to do with that flesh anymore. The flesh, while it still walks on this earth, wants to sin. And your job is to battle it with the new creature. You battle the flesh and you don't allow it to sin at all, if possible. If it does sin, then you're quick to repent of it and keep yourself separated from it. If you don't, and you go back and you collaborate with the enemy, which is your private flesh, you begin to like the sin and begin to sin along with your flesh again, you're in big trouble, because the penalty for collaborating with the enemy is death. So you don't collaborate with the enemy, the sin of the flesh, which it's saturated in. You fight it and you battle it. It's your enemy. You don't go along with what it wants to do. You remain a virgin bride. If you have no blemish, no spots, no wrinkles, no sin, you're sealed with the Ruach HaKodesh for day of redemption, you're a virgin now. You're his virgin bride. So the Ruach has returned you to virgin status. He's cleaned up that inner man. And once he's got it cleaned, white as snow, he seals it. Bam! Protects it so it can never sin again. You're powerless to sin at that point. Forget about the flesh. It's been tried, convicted, and sentenced to death. You can't save it. It's been judged, just like the ruler of this world has been judged. Everybody picking up what I'm laying down? We've gone over this a lot of times.
Thanks for keeping on going over it.
Anybody got any thoughts or comments or anything on this? Questions?
no, that's crystal clear.
Okay, go to 1 John real quick. 1 John chapter 3. And I'm just going to back what I just set up with scripture for you. And then we'll move on. So let's look at chapter 3 in 1st Yahukanon. And we'll start at 4. Everyone doing sin also does lawlessness, and sin is lawlessness. And you know that he was manifested to take away our sins, and in him there is no sin. Everyone staying in him does not sin. Everyone sinning has neither seen him or known him. Little children, let no one lead you astray. The one doing uprightness is upright, even as he is upright. The one doing sin is of the devil, which has been judged. So has your flesh. So he's not cleaning up your flesh. Okay, it's going to dust regardless. Okay. The one doing sin is of the devil, because the devil has sinned from the beginning. For this purpose, the Son of Yahuwah was manifested, to destroy the activity of the devil. Everyone having been born of Yahuwah, a new creature, does not sin, because his seed, which is Yahusha, or the Paracleta, stays in him, and he is powerless to sin, because he has been born of Yahuwah. There it is. I just backed up everything I just said. So he ain't coming to save your fleshly body, man. It's going to the dust. It's already been tried, convicted, and sentenced to death. But he is going to save your Ruach, your inner man, can be delivered and cleaned up, returned back to virgin status, and sealed for the day of redemption. waiting for the Redeemer to bring your new body, your immortal body.
Hallelujah.
Everybody on board, man? This is very important to understand that. So now you should understand that you cannot tell somebody that you sin every day unless you're not his, of course. If he's not in you, then you're not his.
That,
all right. Go ahead, Sharon.
that is one of the things I try to tell people, because when you're born from above, you're no longer going to sin. But they keep, in the churches, they keep telling them, you're a sinner, you're a sinner. Well, when do you get to the point to understand that the Ruach, keeps you from that? And you're born again, not again, from above. This is your father now. So, I mean, but it's very hard when you're then in a church and they keep telling you you're a sinner, you're a sinner, you're a sinner. And that it's like, well, why would you keep going to a place that keeps condemning you like that? I'm like, no.
Okay, so why are they teaching that way? What's the reason they teach like that? Go ahead, Phyllis.
To keep you under their chain, under their thumb.
Well, I guess that's part of it, but I'm saying, why? What is it they're not understanding in Scripture that makes them teach that lie?
Well, it's a business, it's captivity, it's all the things that sin is. They don't even follow the commandments. They just keep them in that wheel, that hamster wheel all the time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what it is the majority of these churches do not understand what set apart is. They don't understand that your inner man is set apart from your fleshly body. Okay, they don't get that. And so when you're set apart and you're sealed for the day of redemption, what's your job with the body? The body has died. Okay, and now it has become the temple of Yahuwah, correct? Because he lives in it, right? So it's become the temple of Yahuwah. So what's your job now? You're in that temple, in that vessel, that fleshly vessel. As long as you remain alive in this dimension, on this carbon copy world, you're living in that fleshly body that's been condemned in our reality. But it has become the temple of Yahuwah in the spiritual realm. So what's your job in that temple? What's your job inside the temple?
To treat the temple right. To treat the temple right, to do what he says, and to be obedient.
And by doing that, what are you doing?
Not sinning.
You're cleaning it.
Cleaning it,
you keep the temple clean. You don't desecrate it. You keep it cleaned up by not allowing it to sin. And if it does sin, you repent. So the sin gets washed off of the temple. It's not desecrated. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I think for myself, I feel, like anytime I have a fleshly thought, or I feel guilty about it. You know what I mean? So I always feel like I'm, I hate that you have to keep repeating yourself on that, because I don't want you to think that I'm not understanding that. But it's just that.
So here's your job: keep the temple cleaned up. So Yahuwah says to you, "Hey Joshua, don't you see that spilt coffee over there in the hallway? Go clean that up. Keep my temple clean."
Right.
10-4.
Yep.
Anybody else? Sharon, go ahead.
We become emissaries and I understand the word to mean that we stand in place of Yahusha. Meaning not that we are, but we're like disciples, but we go out and we keep reiterating who lives in us. Not that it's us, but we are the temple in which he resides.
Yeah, you can't dress up in a uniform, some type of religious garments or whatever, or a 3-piece suit with a bow tie and shiny shoes, okay, and act like you're keeping the temple of Yahuwah cleaned up. That's whitewashing. That's just a whitewashed tomb. That's all that is. But on the inside, you battle that flesh and you stop letting that flesh have its way in sinning. And if it does, you repent of that sin and you keep it cleaned up. That's your job. Okay. Only because it has become the dwelling place of the Paracleta. That's you can't desecrate the temple. It's not yours anymore. It belongs to Yahuwah now. So you have to keep it cleaned up. That's your job, to keep that cleaned up. The churches teach people, shave off your beard and look like a woman, cut your hair, trim your hair, wear a 3-piece $10,000 suit, bow ties or ties, and shine up them shoes and clean up the temple. Well, that's whitewashing the tomb, man. It still smells on the inside. You can't save the flesh. That's ridiculous. You clean it up all you want on the outside, ain't going to do nothing. By their fruits you will know them, not by their looks. Did you know that some of the worst serial killers in the world wore suits and shiny shoes? They were like pillars of society. Their neighbors said they were the nicest people you'd ever want to meet, but yet they went out and mercilessly slaughtered people, killed innocent people. At least when you see a Hell's Angel, say the head of the Hell's Angels in California, at least you know who you're dealing with. You ain't hide nothing. But a mass murderer will hide his identity by keeping the outside cleaned up and making you think he's holier than thou. Yet he's a demon, a devil inside. So you can't go by looks. You can only judge them or go by their fruits. What fruits? The fruit of the Ruach HaKodesh. That's proof the Ruach's in them. If they're displaying the fruits of the Ruach, then you know Yahusha's in them and they can be trusted regardless of what they look like on the outside. I mean, look at the Natsarim. Most people in these churches and things like that claim to be this religious and pious people would probably be shocked to see what Natsarim look like. They don't fit the bill. Ooh, he's got a beard. Man, he's evil. Look at his t-shirt. He's got holes in it. His shoes aren't shined up. Man, he can't be a son of the Most High looking like that. Go ahead, Sharon.
We can go further than that. You can take a look at even the nations and what's going on in the East right now. Somebody proclaims to be a certain group. I'm trying to be kind. A certain group, and then they're exhibiting what to people that are needy, and thousands are dying.
How about the ones that take all these donations for people that went through tornado or hurricane or something, or in a war zone, and only about a third of that money gets to the people. The rest of it goes in their pockets. But did they stand there and act like they're pious and doing the work of God, when in actuality they're lining their pockets and becoming rich off of it? How about them? Yeah, bad news. So let's get back over to John. I hope everybody is on board here with what we've been talking about now.
Okay. Sorry.
Go ahead, Joshua.
I was gonna start reading. That's all.
Yeah, go ahead.
But when he comes, the Ruach of the truth, he shall guide you into all the truth. for he shall not speak from himself, but whatever he hears, he shall speak, and he shall announce to you what is to come. He shall esteem me, for he shall take of what is mine and announce it to you. And all that the Father has is mine. That is why I said that he takes from what is mine and announces it to you. A little while, and you do not see me, and again a little while, you shall see me. Therefore, some of his people said to one another, What is this that he says to us? A little while, and you do not see me, and again a little while, and you shall see me. And because I am going to the Father. So they said, What is this that he says, a little while? We do not know what he is saying. Yahusha therefore knew they were wishing to ask him, and he said to them, Are you asking one another about what I said? A little while, and you do not see me, and again a little while, you shall see me? Truly, truly, I say to you that you shall weep and lament, but the world shall rejoice. And you shall be grieved, but your grief shall become joy. The Asha has grief when she is in labor, because her hour has come. But as soon as she has given birth to the child, she no longer remembers the affliction for joy that a man was born into the world.
Okay, hang on. All right. Anybody got any questions on what was just read? Any of it? Anything come to your mind as he was reading that? Anything you need to ask about? Go ahead, Sharon.
I have a question. I was reading this morning with Ike, and it says that he's going to let us know because when we need to know is what I'm getting. So when I hear, I said, well, he says that we won't know the day or hour, but yet he tells us here he's going to let us know. So I'm just thinking to myself, well, we will know because he's telling us we will. Am I not seeing that right?
He's actually commanding you to know, even when he's at the door. So where's the problem here?
I guess I'm thinking too that we do know. Yeah. We do. I mean, it's like the Ruach's in us, so he's constantly letting us know now that phrase, the time is at hand.
All right. So go to what you're saying is valid, okay? And so go to Matthew 24. Verse 32. Okay, it's actually 33, but we're going to start at 32. And so Yahusha has just told them, is telling them about his second coming and what's going to be happening on the condition of the earth and what's going to be happening at the time of his coming, okay? And he says, the lightning comes from the east and shines to the west, also so the coming of the son of Adam be. And immediately after the distress or the tribulation years of those days, the sun shall be darkened and the moon shall not give its light. This is the day of Yahuwah, right? And he goes on, and the sign of the son of Adam appears in heaven, and all the tribes shall mourn and see the son of Adam coming in the clouds of the heaven with power and much esteem. And he shall send his messengers with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his chosen from the four winds and one end of the Shemayim to the other. And then he says, almost off the cuff here, that learn a parable. Okay, so learn this parable about the fig tree. When its branch has already become tender and puts forth leaves, you know that summer is near. So you also, when you see all these, know that he is near at the door. So you can see here that this is a command to know when he's near, even at the door. He's standing at your door ready to knock. That's his return. So you're commanded to know these, Natsarim. So what's with this nobody knows the day or the hour thing, right? And so I don't know. We've talked about the fig tree prophecy quite a bit, and most of you have studied that with me more than once. But here we're seeing the command to know when he is near and at the door, to know when his return is. We're also commanded to watch and for his coming, because we know he's coming, right?
He
And
wants you to
so-
know the season, but not the exact day, right?
Yeah. So what does it mean? No man knows the day or the hour. Do we know when he's coming back?
No.
Yes, we do.
The
We
season.
absolutely do. Why do we know? Because it's a part of the 7 appointed times. He has fulfilled the first 4 precisely and accurately, exactly when he was supposed to. Why would he not fulfill the last 3 festivals precisely and accurately? Why would we think he would not? He forgot when he's coming back? No. He tells us in the 7 appointed times. So we know he's coming back on the day of trumpets, day of shout.
Just out of curiosity, what season was that on the Jewish calendar? Is it
The new
does it go
moon.
by the Jewish calendar?
It's the new moon. It's the only festival that happens during the new moon, not the full moon. The new moon is when it's totally dark disk. So there's a period of time that you have to watch in order to realize when the day of trumpets comes, during the full moon, or the new moon, I mean. So the cliche, no one knows the day or the hour, was no more than a Hebrew cliche, a greeting. And so they'd walk past each other and they'd say, no one knows the day or the hour. And the person would say, watch. That's how they would talk during that period of time. And so the day, no man knows the day or the hour, is no more than another way of saying the day of trumpets. Because we obviously know the day. We may not know the exact hour, but we sure know the day. And so what would happen was back then, they would send out several watchers in different territories, and they were assigned. I think there was 3 of them actually, and they would watch for the new moon. And then when they saw it, they would hurry up and get back to Jerusalem and go report to the high priest, who was an expert on astrology. And they'd go back and tell him what he saw, and they would separate them. If they showed up, they'd be watching for him.
Within those 10 days.
They would separate them so that they couldn't collaborate their story. And then they would go in there and they'd interrogate them. What did you see? And they would tell him. And when the high priest believed everything exactly what was supposed to happen during that time period, then he would go and they would blow a trumpet and announce the day of trumpets started. And then they would light the beacons up on the Judean hills, these big bonfires up there. And so to let all of Judea know that the day of trumpets had started. And so that's why no one knew the day or the hour of trumpets, because they weren't allowed to begin to observe it. They couldn't do anything at all. It was illegal until that high priest gave the signal that that festival had started. And that's why they called it the day no one knows the day or the hour. It's not a contradiction at all. Now, do we know exactly when he's coming back? No. Nobody knows the exact time other than Yahuwah. Yahuwah is the only one who can pinpoint it. But we're not to be ignorant of this either, because we're commanded by Yahusha right there to know that he is near at the doors. Okay. All right. I don't want to continue on that tangent, although I very well could spend at least an hour on it, but we'll go ahead
De
and get off.
manera que oímos el trumpet en ese coming trumpet.
Raul, well, I can hear Yami speaking there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What'd you say,
But
Yami?
my mic is off.
Yeah, but I could hear her.
Well, I don't know.
She was speaking in Spanish. I heard her talk. I don't know why. I kept looking, saying, his mic's off. Why am I hearing Yami?
Because Yahushua wanted us to hear her.
Okay, so anyway, let's get back over to 16 now. Anything else in that anybody, anything jump out at you as he was reading through that? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Just I forgot where it was because it's been a while, but he said it was another thing that he said, because when I go to the Father, I should have had my finger on it, but he says, you will not, because I'm going to the Father. I'm sorry, somewhere you do not see me, and you shall see me. I'm sorry, somewhere it was just a reiteration that he will receive. Oh, all that the Father has is mine. Verse 15. All that the Father has is mine. And that is just another reiteration of his completeness in Yahuwah. He's completely Elohim because all that the Father has is his.
Yeah. I find it interesting in 13 where he says, but when he comes, the Ruach of the truth, he shall guide you into all the truth. For he shall not speak from himself, but whatever he hears, he shall speak, and he shall announce to you what is to come. I find that interesting. He doesn't speak on himself, but whatever he hears, he speaks. So what is that saying? That's kind of like a Hebrew idiom, right? For he shall not speak from himself, but whatever he hears, he shall speak. Meaning that he's not his own being. He's not a separate deity at all. He's speaking what Yahuwah speaks. That's what that means. It's like a Hebrew idiom. Everybody seeing that? No, it's not like he's a separate deity being controlled by Yahuwah, what to say when Yahuwah tells him and then he says it. That's not what that means. It means that he can't speak on his own because he's not a separate being in a made up God head. He's Yahuwah, so he speaks what Yahuwah says. He doesn't have his own words. He's not self-contained being in a trinity or triune. See that? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just going to say, because Yahushua was always saying the same thing. What I speak is what my Father tells me. It's just a unity. They all have to be one.
Yeah, they're all one. So the Son always refers to the incarnation. Okay. Yahuwah played all the roles. He played the Father role, he played the Son role, and he played the Ruach, the Paraclete role as well. They are all roles performed by Yahuwah. Go ahead, Sharon.
Ike asked me to read this, and where is it? All that the Father has is mine. That is why I said that he takes from what is mine and announces it to you. Well, one thing that I say about that's that's preparing you for chapter 17 right there. That's just my thought. What were you going to say?
Nothing. That's good.
Okay. He said that's good.
Yeah, I shall esteem me. I mean, he shall esteem me. Talking about the Paraclete shall esteem Yahusha. For he shall take of what is mine and announce it to you. And that the Father has, all that the Father has is mine. That is why I said that he takes from what is mine and announces it to you. Yeah, that's just telling you that he's Yahuwah. Everything Yahuwah has is his because he is Yahuwah. That's all that means. He's not no little baby Yahuwah up there and you're sitting on Yahuwah's lap and saying, Daddy, give me everything you own. I want all. I want it all. And Yahuwah saying, okay, son, you can have it all. Patting his little boy on the head, sitting on his lap on the throne. That's ridiculous. That's coming straight from paganism. Any type of separation of Yahuwah, whether he be two or three or a council of sorts, is borrowed from paganism. It's not scriptural. The Yehudim in the Tanakh, okay, the Torah, the Tanakh, it's been proven and accepted by all the theologians, all the scholars, all the smart people. They have come to an agreement years ago that what they call the Old Testament, the Tanakh, is strictly monotheism. They all agree to that. Nobody argues over that anymore. Just the ignorant people argue over that because they don't have the education, the understanding of scriptures. So these people who have went to school for years and studied scripture, okay, all have come to the conclusion now that the Old Testament is strictly monotheistic. In other words, everyone believed in one Yahuwah. There was no separation. Matter of fact, they were so strict that if you were caught saying that Yahuwah was more than one back in them days, they'd probably stone you to death very quickly. Okay? So all that remains is the New Testament is all they argue over now. And even then, they've only got 2 or 3 verses that they can point to. And those have really been debunked. And so the point is this. If Yahuwah was one in the Old Testament and Yahuwah does not change, then why would we think that Yahuwah is more than one in the extension of the Old Testament, which they call the New Testament? Why did he also even change to become 2 or 3 in the New Testament? All the smart people totally agree, man, that Yahuwah is one in the Tanakh, and all the patriarchs and all the people, witnesses in the Tanakh, were monotheistic. And if you even suggested Yahuwah is more than one in them days, they would stone you to death. They've come to that conclusion. They don't argue about that anymore. It's just the New Testament now. But the point is, why? If he was one in the Old Testament, why did he change and become 2 or 3 in the New Testament when Scripture is clear that Yahuwah does not change? And it's written in both, the Old Testament and the New Testament. Yahushua HaMashiach is the same today, yesterday, and forever. And the Tanakh says Yahuwah does not change. So how is it he changed from one Elohim to 2 or 3 Elohims in what they call the New Testament if he does not change? It's ridiculous. It's immature. It's ignorant. They're only repeating themselves like a little parrot from what Pastor Joe taught them down in the Trinity Church of God when they were little. Okay, let's get back to it. Any more questions on or comments or anything about thoughts on what he read? Okay, Joshua, let's continue on now.
22. And you, therefore, have grief now, but I shall see you again, and your heart shall rejoice, and no one takes your joy away from you. And in that yom you shall ask me none at all. Truly, truly, I say to you, whatever you ask the Father in my name, he shall give you. Until now, you have asked nothing in my name. Ask, and you shall receive, in order that your joy might be complete. These words I have spoken to you in figures of speech, but an hour is coming when I shall no longer speak to you in figures of speech, but I shall declare the Father plainly to you. In that yom you shall ask in my name, and I do not say to you that I shall pray the Father on your behalf, for the Father himself does love you, because you have loved me, and have believed that I have came forth from Elohim. I came forth from the Father and have come into the world. Again, I leave the world and go to the Father.
What
His
does that
people
mean?
said,
What's that mean? I came forth from the Father and have come into the world. Again, I leave the world and go to the Father. What does that mean?
it means he's Yahuwah who was sent here, and then he will leave again and go back, return to where he was sent from, which is Yahuwah.
Yeah, so I came from the Father, so he sent his firstborn of all creation, his body, to us down to this world, and have come into the world. And again, I leave the world and go back to the Father. So he's going back to what he was before he came, which was the body of Yahuwah. And so therefore, if the body of Yahuwah came down to the world and walked among us, he walked among us and it transferred into a fleshly body from a body of light. And he walked among us in a fleshly body. He was Yahuwah. Then was Yahuwah restricted in that body of flesh? Since he said he had to go away before the Paracleta could come? Was Yahuwah totally contained within that vessel? Yes or no? Phyllis?
No, because he had the fullness of Yahuwah, but there was more to it than just his little body.
Okay. So Yahuwah never gave up his omnipotence in order to indwell his body and sit on his throne, his spiritual body, nor did he give up his omnipotence to indwell and walk on the earth in his fleshly body, right? So can Yahuwah indwell 10 million people all at once and still be under all the rocks in the ocean and in the mountains of the earth and on all the planets and stars and consume everything all at once? Yeah, he can. He's not ever restricted to one place. That's what people have to get over. You cannot restrict Yahuwah to one place. He's always everywhere. Even when scripture says that he turns his face from them, he doesn't watch them or anything like that. All that means is he's still sustaining them, because if he pulled away, they die. He's still sustaining them. He's just not with them. Okay. He's not protecting them or have them sealed or anything like that, but he's still with them, or they would drop dead immediately. See that? So it's just more of I would say a figure of speech than a reality, because Yahuwah can never be restricted to one place ever. Everybody seeing that? So if you read in there, it says he turned his face from someone, or he's not with them any longer or whatever, does that mean Yahuwah actually left them on their own? and he's nowhere around? No, impossible. Because Yahuwah, everyone's in Yahuwah, and Yahuwah's in them, and he's still sustaining them. You know, he returns their breath, or they just drop dead immediately if he pulled away from them. You see that? Go to Job. See, where is that? In Job. It's in Job 34. So go to Job 34. And it would be 14 and 15. So Job 34, 14 and 15 says, if he sets his heart on him, should he gather to himself his ruach and his breath? See, so there's a difference between Yahuwah's ruach and Yahuwah's breath. Okay. Gather to himself his ruach and his breath, all flesh would expire together, and a man return to dust. So as long as that person keeps breathing, you know he's still in Yahuwah. Everybody see that? So you say, well, what's the difference in Yahuwah dwelling in his people and everyone dwelling in Yahuwah and returning their breath and keeping them all alive? He's still with them. They're dwelling in him, and he's in them to sustain them. Well, otherwise, if he gathered to himself his ruach and his breath, all flesh would expire together, and a man would return to dust immediately. So what's the difference? The difference is he's living in you. He's inside his temple, which was your old body, and he's indwelling you, and he has you sealed for the day of redemption. Their inner man is not sealed for the day of redemption. It's still up for judgment. It's still subject to judgment. But they should remain alive because Yahuwah returns their breath. If you can accept it, Yahuwah is the very breath you're breathing right now. And so does that mean he loves them because he sustains them? You better believe it. You better believe it. Matter of fact, he loves everybody that's alive right now. Everybody. Or even dead. Why? Because if he didn't love them, they wouldn't exist. So there's your reproof on judgment. Don't judge, because you might not understand how much Yahuwah really loves someone who you think should be destroyed in the lake of fire. Maybe Yahuwah doesn't feel that way. He's still sustaining them, and they're still alive. Tells me he loves them. There's reproof on judgment. Okay? All right, let's get back to Yahukanon now. Anybody got any questions or anything about that? All right. All right, so now let's go ahead and continue to read unless anybody has any questions. Okay, go ahead and read,
29.
Josh.
Okay, 29. His pupils said to him, see, now you are speaking plainly and not using a figure of speech. Now we know that you know all and have no need that anyone should question you. By this we believe that you came forth from Elohim. Yahusha answered them. Do you now believe? See, an hour is coming and has now come, that you are scattered, each to his own, and leave me alone. Yet I am not alone, because the Father is with me. These words I have spoken to you, that in me you might have peace. In the world you have pressure, but take courage. I have overcome the world.
Okay.
So in other words, as long as you have belief in him.
We're having internet problems, it looks like. So Phil got booted. Okay, any questions on that? Anything jump out at you? Any comments, questions, anything at all?
I was just gonna add that in 33, the last verse of the chapter, that take peace in him, that he's gonna overcome the world. I mean, he's basically telling you right there, no need to worry or have anxiety or be troubled. Just have complete and utter, cling to Yahuwah as best as we can,
Mm-hmm. Any questions at all? Chapter 16 now. All right, who wants to read chapter 17? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a Nazarene by his toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Raul, you want to read for us? Come out of hiding.
Oh, okay, I'll read. Yahusha said these words and lifted up his eyes to the heaven and said, Father, the hour has come. Esteem your son so that your son also might esteem you. You have given him authority over all flesh, that he should give everlasting life to all whom you have given him. And this is everlasting life, that they should know you, that only true Elohim and Yahusha HaMashiach, whom you have sent. I have esteemed you on the Areh, having accomplished the works you have given me, and that I should do. And now esteem me with yourself, Father, with the esteem which I had with you before the world was. And I have revealed your name to the men whom you gave me out of the world. They were yours, and you gave them to me, and they have guarded your word.
Okay, hang on a minute. What does that mean here in 5? And now esteem me with yourself, Father, with the esteem which I had with you before the world was. What does that mean? Go ahead, Sharon.
When they were one.
They
Yeah.
still are one.
Esteem is honor and favor. So it would be that he is wanting them to know, that, well, in this, that he's going back to out of form and flesh as son, back to the original one. Okay.
Yeah. And so it's not that he's going back to being one. He's always one. Okay. And with the esteem which I had with you before the world was, speaks of that he existed before the incarnation. He pre-existed the incarnation. Does it not? So, a lot of these Trinitarian people, they try to say that Yahusha did not exist until the incarnation on his birthday. Okay, and that's when he came into existence, and that's why they separate. They use that so they can separate Yahuwah and Yahusha. Okay, but this plainly is saying the esteem which I had with you before the world was, meaning he pre-existed the incarnation. Matter of fact, he's the firstborn of all creation, which implies he was created. How can you be the firstborn of all creation and you're not created? Of course, his body of light was created on day one. When he sent his body of light down to be born out of the womb of a woman, it became flesh in her womb. Yahuwah never left his body, but neither did he leave anywhere else. He doesn't have to leave one place to go to another place. He's already there. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, my question though is, he was esteemed when he went to John the baptizer. I forgot the word, and he said he was esteemed. So when did the esteem leave him? It says, now esteem me with yourself. I thought he already was esteemed with. He had the fullness of Yahushua in him. So why would he have to be re-esteemed? Or unless that was just a figure of speech for us to understand.
Because people didn't recognize him as being Yahuwah. You know, they wanted to stone him, kill him, and because he said he was the Father, and so he wasn't being esteemed. He was being, judged. They wanted to destroy him, kill him. So there was no esteem in that. They were calling him a liar, saying he had devil in him, and doing them signs by the devils and all this kind of stuff. And so here he's speaking as what? The human nature or divine nature? Which one's speaking here? Obviously, it's the human nature speaking. So they weren't esteeming him in the human nature because they were having a hard time understanding how Yahuwah, who is Ruach, could be a man. And so there was no esteem there. But he was esteemed before in his body of light because he indwelled it. He created everything through it and formed everything through his body, and his body of light also sat on the throne, the one throne. And so he was esteemed before, but not as a man as he walked the earth. Doesn't make any sense? Is that making sense? Here we go. All right. But the big thing I want you all to see here is that Yahushua pre-existed the incarnation. Does everybody see that? Okay. That's the big point here. Now he's going to go back to where he came from and be back to who he was, which is still Yahuwah's body, but the body of light that sits on the throne.
Tad, chapter 17, verse 7.
Oh, now you're all back. Can y'all hear me? Could you hear me before? Were you hearing me? Yes, I couldn't see any.
We can't see you, but we hear you.
He forgot to play peekaboo. Mom, I brought my spoon in because you weren't here, and I thought I was going to have to take your place.
Thank
you for
we
that.
lost Mark.
We have to have somebody keep everybody in line. Okay, you.
I'm not exactly sure, but I don't think it's the best thing if we lose the host.
You know, you might have something there, Tad.
I don't understand how you guys could hear Yami with my mic off.
That was the weirdest thing. I mean, for a long time, I kept hearing a woman's voice, and nobody's mic was on.
I noticed that you left and came back in, and I wonder if that had something to do with it. I mean, when that's when it happened, is you like left really briefly and then came back in right away.
I turned off my camera because we were about to have lunch when he asked me to read. But it's okay. No problem. Yahuwah comes first.
Tad and Mom aren't separated, so I guess they're doing better. No colds going around.
Whatever Tad has, he still has it, but we're doing okay. Yeah. He doesn't feel any worse. He just can't seem to get rid of that cough. It's been all over the news about people who have had COVID and then still have this continual cough. They're coming up with all these remedies and stuff like that, but we haven't tried any of them. He doesn't feel any worse. He just doesn't feel, like he's clear back to normal. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm just going to tell Phyllis that actually I've been on listening to you guys for quite some time because I don't fiddle around with the computer anymore. So if Tad's not here, I'm not always sure which way to go and what button to push.
Can y'all hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got booted off bad, man. Yeah, so that was crazy.
You weren't listening to Yami, were you?
I weren't listening to anybody. I couldn't see anybody, hear anybody, or nothing.
This chapter, they don't want out there. This chapter, no. This is the beauty of this. I'm telling you.
Oh.
And by the way, take NAC for that long-term C, whatever you want to call it. It helps a lot.
Yeah. Okay. I switched over to the Ethernet. I think I was on Wi-Fi or something. I don't know how that happened. So anyway, I'm back here now. So yeah, there's a discussion about the Trinity here. Side discussion. I just want to say this. Look, the RCC and a lot of other ones, they knew they were in trouble by teaching paganism, that they're three separate deities. Okay. And triune, so in other words, three separate beings sitting on an elongated bench. Okay. And so they compact it down to 3 in 1, being one. And so see, that proves that we're right, because they are one, just like y'all are saying. No, it's not, because what they did is they gave him one body, but they gave him 3 heads. And so he's a 3-headed monster now all of a sudden. Just so because they don't want to admit that they're wrong. And so instead of saying, yeah, you guys are right, Yahuwah is one, because he does not change from the Tanakh to the Natsarim writings, he has to remain one since he's the one in the Tanakh. They say, okay, he's one body, but he's got 3 heads. And they call it the God head. So that's how they do it. That's how they twist that. And it's silliness. Just because they don't want to admit they're wrong, that they're teaching false doctrine. That's all. That's the only reason. And You know, we've went over that so many times now. That's not even funny. But one more time, I guess if I can get to it, I'll show you who you're worshiping if you believe in the Trinity.
I guess in my mind, like when I see these whenever I see this Trinitarian stuff, I always see it associated with idol worship. I always see statues associated with it. I always see idols, engravings, images, everything that the second command is the second commandment, the second word, I should say, the second Debarim, tells us not to do. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it comes straight from paganism, no doubt. And again, if you want to believe that he's one with a God head, here's your mighty one. Now you're worshiping this three-headed monster. That's who you're worshiping. It's straight from paganism. There's three-headed monster, one body. They're worshiping the cross. Here's who they. Hang on a second. And they began out worshiping. Go ahead, Phyllis.
You were talking about the side chat, and there's one person there that is claiming 2 Samuel 7:14 is referring to Yahushua, but it's not. It's referring to Israel. He, I am to be his father, and Israel is my son. He's not talking about Yahushua.
Yeah, and here's where they started off. Three separate beings on an elongated bench, and this is I, H, and S, okay, which is Egyptian gods. And since they knew they were in hot water with this one, they went to the one body, three-headed monster that they call the God head, which they just made up. That's not scriptural either. Okay, they're on thin ice and they know it. That's why they compact him into one body with three heads. But they don't tell you that he's a three-headed monster. Okay, they just say he's 3 in 1, and try to. In other words, they're trying to trick you into going their route. Well, they're saying he's 1, so maybe they're right. Maybe he's 3 in 1. No, he's not. He's 1, and he plays a multitude of roles. All right. So let's get off of that. I just hate when that comes up. We can't do nothing about it because they can't understand who Yahushua is unless Yahushua reveals it to them. And so we can talk all day long on it and we can't convince them. Okay. Yeah, I felt like I was playing Peekaboo Rose. I think somehow somehow that shifted over to wireless and instead of the Ethernet, because I have an Ethernet attached, so that don't happen. So I had to go back and turn off the Wi-Fi and put it back on the Ethernet connection. I think that's what it was. I don't know how that happened, but it did. That's that quantum computer in the sky, right? All right. Yeah, don't be fooled by that verbiage. He's not a God head. That's made up, and that was put in there. That's not part of the original text, Hebrew text. It doesn't mention God head. That's something Christians stuck in there in one of their translations. All right. Okay. Any other comments on verse 5 or questions? Let's move on then, Raul.
Verse 7. Now they have come to know that all you gave me is from you, because the word which you gave to me I have given to them, and they have received them, and they have truly known that I came forth from you, and they believe that you sent me. I pray for them. I do not pray for the world, but for those whom you have given me, for they are yours. And all mine are yours, and yours are mine, and I have been esteemed in them. And I am no more in the world, but they are in the world, and I come to you set apart, Father. Guard them in your name, which you have given me, so that they might be one as we are.
Okay, what's that mean?
That they are one.
Guard them in your name, which you have given me, which is Yahuwah, so that they might be one as we are one.
Oneness.
Yeah. I don't understand what, I would like for somebody to answer the question. If Yahuwah was one in the Tanakh and he does not change, how has he become two or three in the Natsarim writings? When it plainly says Yahusha is the same today, yesterday, and tomorrow, or forever. They won't even touch that. They'll ignore that and go run into and try to cherry pick something. See what I'm saying? No one has ever actually took that on and tried to answer that question. They just avoid it, act like they didn't hear it, and when they want to talk about something else, because they know it's got them, man. They can't go beyond that. If they try to answer that truthfully, then they have to admit Yahuwah is one. He does not change. See what I'm saying? Ike, go ahead.
Okay, I just like verse 9. I pray for them. I do not pray for the world, but for those whom you have given me, for they are yours. That just takes me back to what we learned in 15. We are the chosen ones, We were picked by Yah. So I just really like that. That is cool.
Mhm.
Anybody else? Okay, let's continue on then, Raul.
Verse 12. When I was with them in the world, I was guarding them in your name, which you have given me. And I watched over them, and not one of them perished, except the son of destruction, that the scripture might be concluded. And now I come to you, and I speak these words in the world, so that they have my joy completed in them. I have given them your word, and the world hated them because they are not of the world, as I am not of the world. I do not pray that you should take them out of the world, but that you keep them from the wicked one. They are not of the world, as I am not of the world. Set them apart in your truth. Your word is truth.
Okay, stop. Anybody any questions on any of that? Anything jump out at you? Made your mind think about what does that mean or anything like that? What's going on here in this chapter? Go ahead, Raul.
It seems like he's getting them ready for when he's no longer there. And I know oneness, so it's not that he's asking his father, he's just stating it in words so they understand that he is asking for their deliverance from the wicked one.
So what's going on here?
He's getting them ready for what's coming up upon them.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Phyllis.
It sounds almost like he's asking for the ones he's praying for to be indwelled by the Ruach for their own protection from the wicked one.
Right. He's praying. So he's praying right now. And so is Yahusha is praying to the Father. Then does that mean they're two? Why would he be? Well, who's he praying to? The Father. So is that proof that he's two? Or why would, if he is the Father, why would he be praying to the Father?
He's teaching them how to pray.
He's teaching them how to pray.
He's given an example.
They haven't received the Ruach, so he's kind of explaining it to them in ways that they would understand.
So who's praying? The Father to the Father?
Oneness it's just a way of him showing them. He is praying to him. He's not praying to himself. He's just showing them that he wants them to be taken care of, because they haven't received the Ruach. So there's still some of them that might not understand the oneness, even in the group.
Who's praying? The human nature or the divine nature? Who's doing
The
the praying?
human nature.
So the human nature is praying. So Yahuwah is allowing the human nature to experience prayer, and so that they experiences everything that every other human experiences. Right? He has
Correct.
to.
Correct.
So he's
That seems to
allowing
be-
the Son or the incarnation to pray. And what's he praying for? That his followers could be one as him and his follower are one, to be the same. So to be their body, and he will dwell them. And then so therefore, if he's their body, then he's one with Yahuwah. Right? So he's praying for the body, the assembly, to be one.
The lost sheep, right?
Yeah. Okay. So it's not the Father praying to the Father. When they say the term Son, it always points toward the incarnation. So you will always say the Son of Yahuwah. You cannot say Yahuwah the Son, because that would be improper verbiage. That's an improper term. That suggests there's two GODs. So you can't do that. You got to say the Son of Yahuwah. See what I'm saying? That's scriptural verbiage, because it only implies or inclines toward, points to the incarnation. Where if you said Elohim, the Son, you would be suggesting that there's two GODs. So we can never say that in that fashion. All right. Hi, Ted and Mom. Glad you all made it. Okay, let's continue on, Raul.
Picking up at 18. As you sent me into the world, I also sent them into the world. And for them, I set myself apart, so that they might too be set apart in truth.
Okay, stop. Okay, so set apart in truth. And up in 17, he says, set them apart in your truth. Your word is truth. Now he's saying, and for them, I set myself apart, so that they too might be set apart in truth. What's they talking about here?
It means he's he's being obedient. He's living the way. He's living the Torah out, setting himself apart, showing them how to set themselves apart.
I like that. Your word is truth. Go ahead, Sharon.
He's separating the form and flesh from the he's taking the truth and showing you the form and flesh as is okay. How do you explain? To become one like him and the Son are one. When you have a son, it's a part of the Father, but the part of the Father came as form and flesh to show us what we needed to do and how to come home, but how to walk our way home. So yeah, I mean, it's like then now, even though he's still the Father, he's like being. It's like we are. The Word is the seed that we grow from, and that we become one in likeness of our brother Yahusha, which is Yahuwah.
He's saying here, your word is truth. What's truth?
The word?
Torah.
Torah.
What's truth?
Love.
What's truth? What do you?
Yahusha is love.
Yahusha is truth, right? So Yahusha is truth. So when you set them apart in your truth, what are you being set apart in? Yahusha. Remember? So you were sealed with the Ruach HaKodesh for the day of redemption. So you're sealed in truth. Right? And so if you're set apart in truth and you're sealed with truth, which is Yahusha, what does this mean? And for them I set myself apart so that they too might be set apart in truth. Because when they're in him and he's set apart, they're also set apart in truth because he's truth. Any questions or comments? Okay, Raul, let's go then.
Okay, 20. And I do not pray for these alone, but also for those believing in me through their word.
Okay, stop. What does that mean?
Literally is that he's praying for everyone that followed him.
You know, for I do not pray for these alone, meaning the Talmudim, his Talmudim, right? Correct?
And everyone he's talking to, everyone that the Talmudim talks to, and they spread the word, that's who he's praying.
Okay, so would that be within that century or to the end of the age? Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, all up through. It seems like whenever they're speaking to somebody, and it can always be clear up into the future. There's always it's always speaking to everybody. You know, how no matter how far in the future they are.
Everlasting.
Okay.
Righteousness is truth, and all the way home.
What is righteousness? Raul?
Keeping the commandments.
What's unrighteousness?
Sin.
Disobedience. So if you're righteous, you're obedient. If you're unrighteous, you're disobedient. All right. Any other questions or comments? Let's go then, Raul.
21. So that they all might be one, as you, Father, are in me and I in you, so that they too might be one in us, so that the world might believe that you have sent me. And the esteem which you gave me, I have given them, so that they might be one as we are one. I in them and you in me, so that they might be perfected in one, so that the world knows that you have sent me and have loved them as you have loved me. Father, I desire that those whom you have given me might be with me where I am, so that they see my esteem which you have given me, because you loved me before the foundation of the world.
Okay, stop. Any questions or comments on anything we just read there? Anything jump out at you?
You love me
Phyllis?
before. I'm the sentence caught me when it says, I wish that they be with me. And I can't find it now. We just so Zerasteem, and I wish that they would be me with me. Why can't I find it?
It's in 24.
Okay, Father, I desire that those whom you've given me might be with me where I am. Does he mean like in the future in when he goes to Shamayin? Or what does he mean by that? Where I am.
Well, it could be that. I mean, it could also be that might be with me where I am, so that they see my esteem which you have given me, could be in them. Right? So there, he's going to be in them and his followers. It's kind of what he's talking about here when he says, I in them and you in me, so that they might be perfected into one, so that the world knows that you have sent me and have loved them as you have loved me. So he's speaking about being in them as the Paracleta. It could be either one, though. As we read down, continue reading that, though, that I desire that those whom you have given me might be with me where I am, so that they see my esteem which you have given me, because you loved me before the foundation of the world. That's amazing part right there. So that right there, obviously and clearly, undisputably, is saying that Yahuwah pre-existed the incarnation. So he didn't have a beginning at the incarnation. He existed way before that. He was the firstborn of all creation. Go ahead, Raul.
When he says for them to be in me where I am, could it be for them to have the knowledge that he has, so they could continue spreading the word, that they understand everything that he taught them?
I'm not picking up on that one. I don't see where his knowledge would place them where he is.
Because I don't think it's a physical, it's not like in a physical place, but like in his ruach, for them to be in his ruach, and in
I guess if I have to make a decision on that, in my own humble understanding, I would say that this, speaking about being with him where he is, it would be in when he comes back in his reign, the millennium reign. This would I would have to push toward that. What Phyllis is saying, in the millennium reign, that they can be with him in his reign, where he will be in his reign in the millennium reign. Okay, after the 6,000th year. That's just me. That's just my understanding of it. Go ahead, Joshua.
I was just going to say that 21, verse 21 is like kind of like the perfect point that you were making earlier in regards to the Trinity. You know, the controversy that he was saying was is that in earlier scriptures in Genesis it says let us, right? So as in there's multiple, three Godhead, three-headed monsters, so quote unquote. So in 21 it says so that all might be one, as you, Father, are in me and I in you, basically saying that they are one. And then so that they too might be one in us. So it's using that word us, but it's not talking about three different Godheads. It's talking about the Father and Son who are one, to begin with, because it's telling you right there that they're one, but he uses the word us, but it still means one, he's not talking about a two-headed monster or a three-headed monster, right?
Yeah, the one in us is simply applying to his body and his ruach, just like we have.
Porque cuando él dice esteem, my esteem, which you have given me because you have loved me from the foundation of the world, es como que lo que él tú sabes.
Your mic's on, Raul.
Oops, sorry.
I guess, yeah, my point is just that, that the Father and Son are one, and yet he refers to them as us, but he just tells you in the same verse that they're one. So, I mean, he can, the word us, I mean, I guess my point is not get caught up on the word us. That was the complaint earlier, was that in the earlier in another translation, it says let us in Genesis, referring to a multiple, but the us is one. I know that's kind of confusing, but I'm just saying in 21, it lays it all out there for you. I mean, it just says that they are one multiple times in multiple different ways.
Yeah. Yeah. Us is just, he's speaking of his body and the ruach, that's all. Yeah. We do the same thing. When you say, let's see now, see if you're working on making a tapestry or a purse or something, right? You think to yourself, you say, nobody else is around. You go, let's see now. Maybe I should do this. Well, what you just said was let us think about this now. That's what let's is. It's let us, So we do the same thing. Why? Because our body and our ruach make one, make us who we are.
We use the royal we a lot too.
Yeah, that's right. Especially down here in Texas, boy, people love to say that. And they're talking about their kids. Yeah, we went out and got a pizza yesterday, or we ate brownies and milk last night. Speaking of their kid, So I mean, yeah, people use these kind of things differently. Who had their hand up? Tad, was that you?
I had a little different avenue question. Something that just kind of jumped out at me was verse 22. It says, and the esteem which you gave me, I have given them, so that they might be one as we are one. But I've always known it to be that he doesn't give his esteem to another. So it kind of threw me off just a little bit there. He says he has given it to them. So might you talk about that for a second?
Yeah. And the reason why he's doing that is not so that they can usurp his position, but to be one as he's one. And so in other words, to give them the esteem which you gave me, I have given them so that they might be one as we are one, and so that they can be his body. And so therefore, if they are his body, then they share his esteem. Just like Yahusha in the flesh, his fleshly body, since he's one with Yahuwah, he shares in his esteem. He's not giving it to anybody else, but it's a shared essence because they're one. See what I mean? So it's kind of a shared essence, not a really usurping. Does that make sense, Ted? You see it any other way than that? I mean,
No, that made sense. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Sharon.
We reflect him.
Okay.
But Ike has something.
Okay.
What?
Also,
I said we reflect him, but Ike has something.
okay. Also, couldn't it mean that? Let me read it. And the esteem which you give me, I have given them, so that they might be one as we are one. I and them, and you and me, so that they might be perfect into one, so that the world knows that you have sent me. So is he saying that he's going to give us his esteem and we're going to be obedient to him, and by example, the world will see through us, hey, Yahuwah has sent these people. Could it mean something like that?
It could mean this when it says, "And the esteem which you gave me, I have given them," is the Ruach HaKodesh.
Yeah.
Because
And
if the
through-
Ruach in you, then you'll be esteemed because people see the Ruach in you.
Yes.
That
And,
could be.
yeah. And then they will recognize, hey, Yahuwah is true. You know, I don't know. Just a thought.
Yes.
The world.
Yes.
Yeah, because his Yahuwah's esteem is definitely Yahusha, his body. You know, so if he gives you the spirit of Yahusha in you, then you would be esteemed along with him, so that you can be one.
Yeah. As an example to the world, and the world would say, hey, here's something different about these guys. You know, I don't know. I thought.
And when we
That's
die to ourselves and we become vessels that Yah uses to esteem him, we don't want this esteem. We want to give it to him all the time. And so that's what they're seeing. And so when we go out and they say something, I said, yeah, my father gave it to me.
I think I see verse 22 in a whole different light now then. So basically, and the body which you gave me, I gave to them, because he gave his life for us, he gave his body for us. So he gave it to us that they might be as one. Yeah, okay. Wow. That's kind of
That's
cool.
really good, Tad. That's really good. I really like that. That's real good.
This chapter was a light bulb moment where Yah just I was just with him.
Okay, so what does this mean? You have given me, I am, wait a minute, let me back up to 24, I guess. Father, I desire that those whom you have given me might be with me where I am, so that they see my esteem, which you have given me, because you loved me before the foundation of the world. What does that mean? Because you have loved me before the foundation of the world. What does that mean?
Didn't you love all of us?
It simply means that he was the firstborn of all creation, and he is love. So, I mean, that's all I get from it.
Okay. So he definitely pre-existed the incarnation. Look over at Peter, 1 Peter. Go to 1 Peter. And Tad, can you read that for us? 1 Peter 13 down to 23. Or actually just read through the entire chapter there. Starting in 13.
Which chapter?
1.
Okay. So Shimon Kepha,
I mean,
a servant.
1 Peter.
Oh, it's 1 Peter. Sorry.
Chapter 1, 13.
Got it. I'm there. So the whole chapter. Kepha, An
Well,
emissary.
Starting at 13, bro.
Oh, starting at 13. I'll get it right one of these times.
Now, we can read the whole chapter. I don't care.
Therefore, this is funny because Mom and I were just discussing this whole chapter like yesterday or the day before. We went through this whole thing, like picked it apart.
Wow.
Therefore, having girded up the loins of your mind, which means preparing yourself for something that might shock you, and being sober, set your expectation perfectly upon the favor that is to be brought to you at the revelation of Yahushua Mashiach. As obedient children, not conforming yourselves to the former lusts in your ignorance, instead, as the one who called you is set apart, so you also should become set apart in all behavior, because it has been written, be set apart, for I am set apart. And if you call on the Father, who without partiality judges according to each one's work, pass the time of your sojourning in fear, knowing that you were redeemed from your futile way of life inherited from your fathers, not with what is corruptible, silver or gold, but with the precious blood of Mashiach, as of a lamb unblemished and spotless, foreknown indeed before the foundation of the world, but manifested in these last times for your sakes, who through him believe in Elohim, who raised him from the dead and gave him esteem, so that your belief and expectation are in Elohim. Now that you have cleansed your lives in obeying the truth through the Ruach to unfeigned brotherly love, love one another fervently with a clean heart, having been begotten from above, not of corruptible seed, but incorruptible, through the living word of Elohim, which remains forever. Because all flesh is as grass, and all the esteem of man as the flower of the grass. The grass withers, and its flower falls away. But the word of Elohim remains forever. And this is the word announced as the Besorah to you.
Okay, so there you go. So the lamb was slain before the foundations of the world. So it's clear here that this was all foreknown knowledge before the foundations of the world was laid. Everybody see that? So now look at Ephesians 1, 3 and 5, 3 through 5. Ephesians 1, 3, 4, and 5. Blessed be the Yahuwah and Father of our Master Yahushua Mashiach, who has blessed us with every Ruach-like blessing in the heavenlies in Mashiach, even as he chose us in him before the foundation of the world, that we should be Kadesh and blameless before him in love, having previously established us to adoption as sons through Yahushua Mashiach to himself, according to the good pleasure of his desires. So now you can see that he chose us before the foundations of the world as well. And so since he chose us before the foundations of the world, then the lamb was sacrificed before it was slain before the foundations of the world as well, in order for him to choose us from the world that he had not even created yet. Everybody seen that? It's powerful stuff, isn't it? Any questions on any of that?
No, but it just seems to me like that's the main reason why he said, you know, I will show you the end from the beginning. I mean, that's exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah.
If from the foundation of the world, we were the seed of our Father to be born.
To be chosen.
To be well, we were chosen if we're the seed of our Father, you know.
Yeah. We were chosen before the foundation of the world to be one with him, to be his body. And through the passing of time, he's erecting his temple, not made by hands, which is us, the chosen. Before the foundation of the world, we were elected to be his body, his assembly, his temple.
Go ahead. Ike has his hand raised.
No.
Oh, go ahead, Ike.
You know, maybe it's just me, but I hate to keep harking on it. But being chosen, do you realize what that means? Do you realize the power and authority? I mean, walking in no fear. I mean, what do you have to fear? I mean, it just blows me away. You know, I mean, it's just amazing thing, is all I can say. Thank you, Yahuwah. So.
Okay, anybody else got anything at all to say or any questions up to this point? Let's finish it off then, Raul.
Verse 25. O righteous Father, indeed the world did not know you, but I know you, and these knew that you sent me, and I have made your name known to them, and shall make it known, so that the love with which you loved me might be in them, and I in them.
All right, thanks, Raul. Okay, what does that mean, somebody? Indeed, the world did not know you, but I knew you, and these knew that you sent me. And I have made your name known to them, and shall make it known, so that the love with which you loved me might be in them, and I in them. What's that mean? Can somebody paraphrase that? Go ahead, Sharon.
I think as a child can understand that. He wants us to know his name and that we are one with him. It's such the most beautiful plan you ever saw.
Anybody else? So, in other words, we're made in the essence of Yahuwah, which is love, right? And so when we are engrafted and we enter into the everlasting covenant of love, then we find who we truly are, which is love. And so he's saying here, I have made your name known, and shall make it known, and so that the love with which you loved me might be in them and I in them, so that his body, his assembly, is a body of love. Absolution.
And so we know that our Father is love purely, that we cannot be his body unless we love one another, because it wouldn't work.
That's exactly right. You see that? We have to become love in order to be his body. And that's why the higher calling, in order to become his body, there's a higher calling, which says that we have to love Yahuwah and others above ourselves. And we have found a higher love then, and that qualifies us to be his body. Go ahead, Ted.
When I read verse 26, it looks like to me that knowing his name and knowing the love hinges on knowing his name. Because if you read it, I have made known your name. I have made your name known to them and shall make it known, so that the love with which you loved me might be in it. It's kind of attached, knowing his name, to just love, because he is love. It kind of Just a thought.
Well, what's he mean by, and I have made your name known to them and shall make it known? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, to me, that means that they know who the true Yahuwah is, that it's Yahusha, that they're one. That's what it says, tells me. You're, you know, and they know his true name, that it's not G-O-D or L-O-R-D or B-A-A-L or.
So she's saying, I have made your name known to them because I came in your name. So now they know your name and shall make it known that I am you. That's why I have your name. Can you be meaning that? Or is that a stretch?
No, I think that's right.
Go ahead, Joshua. Ted, you got some more to say?
I was just going to say, shall make it known. Also, isn't there a verse in Ezekiel where Yahuwah says that Israel will finally say his name properly? They will no longer profane his name. Wasn't that a prophetic prophecy?
Say that again.
There's a verse in Ezekiel where he says, "In Israel will no longer profane my name." In other words, a prophetic verse saying that in a future time, he will make his name re-established, and it will not be profaned anymore. And
yeah, when he brings them back out of the nations.
Yeah, so that has yet to happen. So I mean,
right. So they went into the nations where he sent them, and they profaned his name everywhere they went.
Right, and that's what they're doing now too, right? Like the churches and everything else. So there's going to be a time when there's no doubt when he's going to reestablish his name at some point. Everyone's going to know it, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, Yahuwah will be one and his name one.
And we don't know when how that's going to come about, but we just know that that's going
to happen at the second Exodus. That'll happen at the second Exodus when he brings them out of where he scattered them from. They'll no longer be profaning his name among the Gentiles, but he'll bring them back, and then Yahuwah will be one and his name one.
So is Yahusha signaling that in verse 26 when he says, "Shall make it known"?
It could be. That's a possibility. And was all that going to happen during the millennium reign, right?
Yeah.
So that could be, man. Very well could be. I have made your name known, obviously, to them, and shall make it known later. And at his second coming, he will continue to make it known, and off into the millennium reign. And that could be Joshua. Absolutely could be. Sharon, you have your hand up?
Levi had his hand up first, so I mean, did you want to go, Levi?
Go. Levi.
Verse 26, what jumps at me is an intimate relationship.
After reading this prayer, by the way, this is the last prayer that Yahusha prayed before being arrested. Okay. So this happened at the Last Supper. Remember we were talking about that? And so they ate the Last Supper. They sang some songs to Yahuwah. Then they got up and they walked up onto the Mount of Olives, which was around midnight. And he was arrested. So this was the last prayer that he prayed before he was arrested. As we go into these other chapters, you're going to see that they come with clubs and spears and whatnot in order to capture him, along with the betrayer and then take him away to be executed, tried and executed, and false witnesses against him, by the way, violating the 9th commandment. So this prayer here, this last prayer that he prayed before his being arrested, what was it about? What would you say the main theme of this prayer is? Somebody? Phyllis?
Emphasizing the oneness of him in us and us in him, and the importance of his name, because he said, I will make it known to them, because he has to put the knowledge of his name on our hearts, because not everyone is chosen.
Anybody else?
I believe that his name is being revealed. It's been a while now, but it's like when you go out and talk to somebody. I probably told you before, but it was like, Abba, should I use Yahuwah? Should I use your name versus to give them understanding? No, just tell them my name. If they really want to know, they'll ask, what are you saying? What's that word? But you don't have to, because you're pouring out his word. His name is word, and it's like you don't have to change it to the J man or anything. They know that when they see you and you're speaking truth, they see that name has power.
Okay, but what's the main theme of Yahusha's last prayer?
Is he talking about?
I believe in intimacy in relationship, that he's not, I'll never leave you, or, well, the King James, forsake you, or I'll never leave you or fail you. And that is in both the so-called the old covenant and the new covenant. So it's in front to the back.
Anybody else?
Mark,
Okay.
could it be to continue his work, to continue what he's been, to continue and spread his word to all over. He's the main theme is, you and me and you continue our work, because he's going to be gone the next day.
Okay, let me ask you this. Why? I'm going to say the main theme here is that Yahusha is praying for his people that was given to him by Yahuwah to be one with each other and one with him, so that there's no division, there's nothing but unity. This is such a close unity that everybody becomes one with Yahuwah. So we aren't separate at all. We're one with him, his body. Okay. And so why is this so important that Yahusha spends his last moments praying about oneness? Why? Why is that so important? Somebody? Tad, go ahead.
I believe it's so the message would carry on way past like his own Talmudim here, like to us, the last Natsarim. So that message would reach those people as well.
So to be one with him in order to carry on the Basora of Yahusha to other generations, so they're like-minded. That's true, but that's not quite what I'm looking for. Go ahead, Ike.
Wait a minute. Go ahead.
To be one, like the Father is one.
Mhm.
To be a oneness, to be one, just like Him.
But why is that important?
Because the Father's one.
You're right there, man. You're right there. Go ahead, Raul.
Could it be something that united, they would get more accomplished, that not to have division within them, for them all to stay united in one?
Yeah, that could be. It's along the lines of what Tad's saying. Go ahead, Sharon.
How could our Father want to be one body or in his house if there is not love for one another? I just don't see that happening when the blood of Yahusha is a covering of all nations, nations, cultures. Once they know the truth, if they deny it, that's on them. But that blood is just like our I can't even get it out. I'm sorry.
Levi, you have your hand up?
To be whole, complete.
I think Teresa. Say again?
Go on.
Well, I think Teresa hit the nail on the head here. Oops, wrong one. So Teresa says you cannot live without Yahuwah. That's why. Yahuwah is the only one that possesses everlasting life. Nobody else does. So in order for us to have everlasting life, we have to be one with Yahuwah. Otherwise, we can't have everlasting life. We have to be one with Yahuwah. Cannot live without Yahuwah. Very good, Teresa. Anybody got any questions or anything on that? That's a pretty simple answer, wasn't it? That's why he prayed so hard for the oneness of his people in him and in Yahuwah, in him and Yahuwah, and him in us, so that we could be one and obtain everlasting life. For without him, we can't live forever. We have to be united with Yahuwah to live forever, because Yahuwah is the only one that has everlasting life. Very powerful, isn't it? Any questions, comments? Okay, I think we'll stop right there then. We'll get into 18 next week.
Ike has a question.
No,
What did you
no, it's not retaining to what we're talking about here. But your study last night, man, the Ruach just blasted right on out. I mean, that was a very excellent study last night.
Yes.
I thank you so much for your work on that.
Mm-hmm. And the Ruach revealing. Yep.
All esteem to Yahusha. You know, I'll tell you a little secret, man. I shouldn't, but I will. All week long, Yahuwah put this on me and told me what he wanted me to talk about last night. And I mean all week long. And I resisted it, man. I said, I can't, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm not doing this, And I kept fighting it and I kept fighting it. And I kept trying to find something else to talk about all week long. And then about several hours before last night's broadcast, he started twisting my arm really hard. He says, "You're going to talk about this." And so I started looking at it and let the Ruach lead me into that study. And I put that all together by the Ruach, into the Ruach within just a short 2 hours, if that. And I didn't really even know how to present it or where it was going. And so it was led by the Ruach. And so whatever it was came from him. And I was fighting it like a mad dog. So obviously somebody wasn't wanting that released.
That's amazing, man. You do a great job with those. I'm impressed, really am. And I know you give all glory to him, but we really appreciate that. It's good stuff.
Yeah, all esteem to Yahusha. I dare not take a drop of his esteem. I just didn't even know what was going on there. I was so totally against doing it. Matter of fact, I was kind of scared to do it in a way. Because I didn't understand it, what he was saying to me. Go ahead, Sharon.
That was just so funny because Sharon and I were talking about it earlier. I was like, man, he had to study hard all week to get all this information out. And Sharon goes, no, he didn't. I'm like, that's the Ruach,
Yeah. Yep.
When that Ruach speaks, Mark, I know this, that each and every person you go out and meet and you spread his name, his word, it's different for everyone because there's so many levels of where these people or where they've got their information. So he is so good to bring those scriptures to you to bless them. And if we were to take his esteem, we would start looking pretty bad. And because that is a pride issue and we don't want that. I'm so grateful that he even chose me in his kindness. I can't even express that. It takes me to tears. It's just so beautiful.
It's just amazing. I mean, like you said, there's no man. What man knows the mind of Yah? I mean, but it just blows me away how he saved his seed line throughout the years. And then destroying the Gentiles, he brought the Gentiles even back. It's like, it just
beautiful plan.
Just amazing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I often tell myself I don't deserve that. I don't deserve any of this. Why am I why did he choose me at all? And this and that and the other. And I'm just incredibly grateful. And it's amazing.
Josh, I used to say the same thing, and out of all that, you know what it was?
You're chosen.
I love you. I love you. I go, oh. Yeah.
What questions do you have, Jilly?
Wait a minute.
Put them up there. Put your question up there, and we'll try to answer it best we can. Just type them right up there in that chat room, and we'll see if somebody can answer them for you. Go ahead. Type them on in there, Jilly. We'll give our best shot to try to answer your questions. The throngs? What's that mean? I don't understand the question by saying the throngs. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Go ahead, Marianne.
If I were Yahuwah, I would want all the help I could get.
Do you mean all the love, or because he doesn't need no help, but all the love he does like?
That's what he said. And I said, if I were, I would want all the help I could get.
So what's the 3 stages of truth? So when we hear something new that we've never heard before, something that goes against everything we've been taught, and something new comes along and the Ruach reveals it, what is the stages of that truth? What are the 3 stages of truth? Anybody know? Go ahead, Ted.
At first, it's thought of as ridiculous. Then it's strongly objected, and then it's known as it actually comes out as being the truth. It's revealed as the truth at the end.
Yeah. Ain't that crazy how you can go from violently opposing the truth, considering it ridiculous, and then violently opposing the truth to all of a sudden accept it as being self-evident. Like, oh, a little kid can understand that. All right. Coming out of the same mind that was so violently opposed to hearing it for the first time. Isn't that strange? Yeah. Grateful in the Woods. The third, wait. I clicked on the wrong one. Hang on. Second stage is cognitive dissonance. Yeah, the third is acceptance. Oh, here's her question. See if somebody can answer this for her. Where did the throngs come from? Have they been judged already? I'm guessing she's speaking of mankind or the Gentiles, the throngs. What throngs, Jilly, are you speaking about? You talking about the throngs that are judged as sheep in Revelations? Oh, okay. That's what she's talking about. So that is, before we start answering her questions, and I want some of you guys some of your input on these questions too. But in order to understand Gentiles, Ephraim, mankind, all this stuff like we were talking about last night better, there's 2 books that you should have. And one of them is this one. I hope you all have this. Fossilized Customs, written by a Natsarim. And it has a lot of information in there about Ephraim and the scattered tribes. And then this one by Brick Parrish, The Study of Two House Restoration of Israel. And it's a real thin book. You can get this from Phyllis as well, either one of these books. And you guys should read those. Okay. And it'll open up you a lot more understanding about who Ephraim is and who the Gentiles are. You have to get to a certain walk in your life, in your walk with Mashiach, to a certain point. And then when you get there, you're going to pause. It's kind of like you're stuck right there until you understand that message about who Ephraim is, who the Gentiles are. You're going to get to that point in your walk. You need to read them books because it'll get you moving again beyond that. it comes a point in everybody's walk that they need to understand that to boost yourself above it. Okay, so let's look at this now. Where did the thongs come from? And she's speaking of there, I believe, in Revelation 17, I think. No, not 17. Let me see. Where is that? I just read that last night too. Yeah, it's in 7, not 17, but 7. Okay, so everybody go to Revelation 7. Probably down around 4. And I heard the number of those who were sealed, 144,000, sealed out all the tribes of the children of Yisrael. 12,000 for Yehuda, 12,000 for Reuben, 12,000 for Gad, 12,000 for Asher, 12,000 for Nadphah, 12,000 for Manasseh, 12,000 for Simon, 12,000 for Levites, 12,000 for Yisarach, 12,000 for Zebulun, 12,000 for Joseph, 12,000 for Benjamin, who were all sealed. Okay, so this right here is 144,000 is the priestly line. Okay, this is the bride. This is those are the body of Yahuwah. Okay, and then the throng here she's speaking of comes right after him saying there's going to be 144,000 people making up his body that he'll dwell in for everlasting life. And 9 says, and this I looked and saw a great throng, which no one was able to count. So there's such a great multitude that no one could count them. Okay. Out of all the nations, so these would be Gentiles, out of all the nations and tribes and people and tongues, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, dressed in white robes and palm trees in their hands, and cry out with a loud voice, deliverance belongs to our Yahuwah who sits on the throne and to the Lamb. And then skipping down to 13, it says, and one of the elders responded, saying to me, who are these dressed in white robes, and where did they come from? So who are this great throng, right? And I said, Master, you know. And he said to me, these are those coming out of the great distress, having washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Okay, so somebody take that and answer Jilly's question. Who wants to answer that question for her? Where did the throngs come from? And have they been judged? Anybody want to answer the question? So obviously, where did the thongs come from? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I raised my hand too soon. The throngs are the people who my interpretation is that the throngs are the people who didn't quite make it as the 12 in one of the 12,000 or in the book of the scroll of the book of life, but they made it because there's just so many of them. They can't all be the bride.
Sharon?
Okay, I go ahead.
Now, I mean, this goes back to what you were talking about last night. Aren't they the part of the tribe of
Gentiles.
Ephraim that Yahuwah chosen? Would you say they were 1/3 of them would be saved? So they're actually the Gentile nations out of the tribe that were originally from the tribe of Ephraim. Is that correct? Or am I way off?
Well, this is out of all the nations and tribes and so forth and so on. So yeah, and peoples. Okay, and so this great multitude of people, this great number that no one can count, is in white robes, which indicates that they have received eternal life. When you're given a white robe to don, that's your immortal body, is what that's signifying or representing, is an immortal body. Go ahead, Raul.
I think you've always mentioned to us also that it could be people that have lived righteous but don't know the name, weren't Natsarim, but they have lived very righteous lives, how Yahusha wanted, and and a lot about the part of their being judged. They might not be judged at the beginning, but they'll be judged and found righteous and still make it to the eternal life, which are part of Ephraim.
That's what I was trying to say, Raul. Thank you so much.
We've always talked here that there's a lot of people that are still in some of the circus, how we call it, that are very righteous and that do really good works, but yet they don't know the name. They've never received the name. They've never followed, but they are righteous people. They do the correct works. Except that they are, I guess, in a way, a little confused that they don't know the name.
Okay, so I think the answer to this is really, just a few verses down. Where did the throngs come from? Well, in 13, he says, and one of the elders responded, saying to me, who are these dressed in white robes, and where did they come from? That's the same exact question Jilly has here. And so therefore the answer must follow the question, and it does. So where did they come from? And I said to him, Master, you know. And he said to me, these are those coming out of the great distress, having washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Okay. So these are the ones that have been delivered during the tribulation years by the Natsarim, teaching them about Yahuwah. And many of these have probably had their heads taken off and been beheaded for obeying the commands of Yahuwah and having testimony of the Besor of Yahusha. Okay. So that's who this great throng is. So the Natsarim, those with understanding, are going to lead many into righteousness. Okay, we're told that in Daniel. So if we look at Daniel, I think 12, we can kind of get a peek at it. Daniel 12:1. Now at the time of Michael, at that time, Michael, the archangel, which is the guardian angel of Israel, in case you don't know that, stand up, the great head who is standing over the sons of your people, and there shall be a time of distress, such as never was since there was a nation until that time. And at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone who is found written in the book. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earths wake up. That's the first resurrection. Some to everlasting life, and some to reproaches, everlasting abhorrence. Okay, so that would be the second resurrection then. And those who have insight, the Natsarim, shall shine like the brightness of space, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. See that? So this great throng here in Revelations then is those who came out of the great distress, and they were converted by the Natsarim during the great distress. There's no rapture. The Natsarim will be here helping people during the great distress. If not, there would be no need to cut the day short. The wrath of Hasatan short. There would be no need. But he does it for the sake of the Natsarim, the elect. So therefore, they must still be here if he's going to cut the day short for them, for the sake of the elect. They must still be here teaching people. They have great insight. Y'all are in practice. You're being trained right now for what's coming. Yahuwah is going to open up your mind to understand scriptures in the days of distress, and you're going to lead many people into righteousness. And these are those who you lead into righteousness. A huge multitude, a great throng. Now, don't get that confused with the great judgment. Yes, these people, have they been judged already? Yeah. And they were judged righteous. Okay. Because why? Because they're standing in front of Yahuwah. Because of this, they are before the throne of Yahuwah. If they weren't righteous, they wouldn't be standing in the throne of Yahuwah and serve him day and night in his temple. They're serving him. And he who sits on the throne shall spread his tent over them. So yeah, they've been judged rightness. They've achieved righteousness during the tribulation years. Okay, so now we don't want to get that confused, but we can go to Matthew 25. And you go to Matthew 25, 31, it says, and when the Son of Adam comes in his esteem, and all the set apart messengers with him, meaning he's coming on a white horse in his esteem, this is his second coming, and all the set apart messengers, which are Malachim, or angels, if you will, with him, okay, as he comes back, then he shall sit on the throne of his esteem. And all the nations shall be gathered before him, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. And he shall say to the sheep on his right hand, he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. Then the sovereign shall say to those on his right hand, come, you blessed of my Father, inherit the reign prepared for you from the foundation of the world. See that? And you can go ahead and read the rest of that if you want to. Okay, so this right here is the other flock. Okay, so what is this? This is everybody that's lived. You know, everybody that's ever lived is going to be raised up and judged, whether it be a sheep or a goat. The sheep will be allowed into the rain. The goats will be thrown into the second death, the lake of fire. You see that? But the people that come out of the great tribulation have been judged righteous, and they stand before the throne of Yahuwah. Going to be a lot of people in the reign of Yahuwah, folks. Don't buy into this. Only a remnant's going to be there. Oh, there's only 8 people survived the first time on the flood. That means there's probably going to be less the second time. No, I don't think so. I think there's going to be more than a human could possibly count. Go ahead, Sharon.
So that's where we look at, you know, when these people are in front of the great white throne and Yah judges them, he judges the heart. So I believe maybe these are the people that you're talking about, that we are going to come. And
well, Scripture doesn't really say he judges the heart. It says he knows the heart. Okay.
No, judge. So
they're going to be judged by their word and their works.
Okay. If the heart is wicked, then Yah has to look at that. So is that if
the heart's wicked, they'll produce bad fruit, and we'll all know about it.
Yeah. So the judgment is on our Father, but alone. Okay. So, you know, you say he knows our heart. Well, that is also where he understands mind-heart issue. Anyway.
All that really means is he knows if you're trying to trick somebody. It's
Oh.
like we were talking about before, a mass murder. Okay. They might look good on the outside, and you might think he's the greatest neighbor a person could ever have, and he's such a great family man, but inside he's a demon. He's going out and murdering people. Well, Yahuwah knows that.
Mhm.
You may not know it, but Yahuwah knows it. You can't hide from Yahuwah his true intentions. That's all that's saying.
Okay.
Yahuwah's people are going to be judged by their works and their words. That's what that's going to judge them.
Mhm.
Those who have not obtained deliverance before the foundation of the world, that is.
Mhm.
In other words, the bride is already judged. The house of Israel is already judged first why they walk in this dust. You're not going to stand before the great white throne judgment because you're going to get eternal life prior to at his second coming. You're going to get immortality if you're the bride. And so you'll be immortal in the millennium reign. But the rest of the population will not. They'll still be in their flesh and blood bodies. And that brings us into Jilly's next question. And how do the set apart ones fit into the millennium reign? I just basically answered that. Anybody else got anything to say about that? All right. So now we see that the throngs were came out of the great distress or the tribulation years. We see that Yahuwah is going to judge between the flock, the goats and the sheep. And then to understand that a little bit better here, we can look at Revelations 20. Starting in 11, it says, "And I saw a great white throne, and him who was sitting on it, from whose face the arets in the heaven fled away, and no place was found for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, standing before the throne, and scrolls were opened, and another scroll was opened, which is of life. And the dead were judged from what was written in the scrolls according to their works," not according to what's in their heart, but their works. You see that? "And the sea gave up the dead who were in it, and the death and the grave gave up the dead who were in them, and they were judged, each one according to his works." You'll also be judged according to your words, and I can show you that too. But this is obviously clear that it's the works. This is clearly the second resurrection, folks, for the white throne judgment. "And the death and the grave were thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And if anyone was not found written in the scroll of life, he was also thrown into the lake of fire." Okay. So I think we answered Jilly's question, unless anybody else has a better way of answering that. And how do the set apart ones, which would be the 144,000, the bride, Yisrael, fit into the millennium reign? Anybody want to answer that in your own words? Anybody at all? Go ahead, Raul.
The bride makes it into the millennium reign to teach and to teach the word and try to get people to realize Yahuwah, and so they won't go into the lake of fire, so they will enter the eternity. And sorry, I get stuck for words.
Oh, that's good, man. Can anybody elaborate on what Rule just said? During the millennium reign, the bride will be teaching the ones that are in flesh and blood during the millennium reign, teaching them about Yahuwah. Will there be any opposition to the bride? Go ahead, Sharon.
Go ahead, Ike.
No, I mean, they're basically priests. They'll be the Melchizedek priest going out to teach into the nations. Now, as far as the nations having a fleshly body, I don't know. They would almost have to have their glorified body, but not a body of light. Does that make sense?
Same thing. Body of light or your steam body, same thing. Can it be toned down? Absolutely, it can tone down.
Okay.
Yahuwah did it. Yahusha did it.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he? Phyllis, did you have your hand up?
I had another question.
Okay.
The I think that was what I was wanting to bring out, is that we will have our renewed bodies, correct? Because we changed like a twinkling of an eye before the great distress, right?
Yes. Okay, so we can look at this from last night now. We can look at this as the millennium reign being the way the Yahuwah intended it to be before the fall. Okay? And so his body, the bride, will have immortal bodies. Okay? Why? How do we know that? Because they were resurrected. That's how we know they have immortal bodies. To wake somebody up like he did Lazarus or that little girl is only waking them up. They woke up in their flesh and blood bodies and just continued to walk in the dust like they did before they died. They weren't resurrected. They were just woke up from their sleep. Resurrection has to have immortality attached to it. When you're resurrected, you're immortal. See that? And so when you're in the millennium reign, since you went through the first resurrection, the second resurrection doesn't happen for another 1,000 years. So you're in your immortal body. You were resurrected in that first resurrection. You get immortality. Okay? And so now you're the priesthood. You're the priest line that Adam and Kua was made to be. That's who we are. We're falling into Yahusha's plan back as in the beginning before the fall. And so you're going to have immortality just like Adam and Kua did. And you're going to be teaching mankind, those who are still in the flesh and blood, and repopulating the earth during the millennium reign. It's going to be billions of people repopulating the earth during the millennium reign. And they're the mankind. So we're going to be going out and teaching them just like Adam and Kua was supposed to go out and teach mankind before the fall. But they screwed up. And 3 days after the Shabbat, they fell and became mortals and went out and lived among mankind. See that? They lost their immortality, but we're not going to lose our immortality. We're going to reign with Yahuwah for 1,000 years, teaching the rest of mankind who is going to be born, procreating, and repopulating the restored earth for 1,000 years. We're going to shine like the stars of the Shemayim during the millennium reign. We just read it in Daniel 12. Go back to Daniel 12 and read it again. Go ahead, Sharon.
There's where your John 17 comes in. One, because become one body with you, with Yahusha when he returns, that we're just one, and we go out. It's the word. We go out.
Yeah. So when he says restored, he said all things will be restored. Restored to what? Have you ever thought about that? Restored to what? The falling world? No. Before Adam and Kua fell, it's going to be restored back to the beginning, the way it was intended to be. But this time, guess what happens? There's no opposition. There's no opposition. Why? Because Satan is locked up and his demons are locked up. Satan's locked up. They're not going to be allowed to tempt mankind like they did Adam and Kua. He's not going to allow that to happen again. This time, it's going to flow like it was supposed to. with not any influence of Satan or evil.
But then he
See
comes
that?
back one last time at the end of the millennium reign, right? Where
Satan?
he's released.
Yeah, after
isn't
1,000 years, he's released for a little while, and he gathers army, Gog and Magog again. Okay, and even though these people lived under the reign of Yahusha for 1,000 years, and the bride, the Ruach and the bride, they choose in their mind equities found in them, and so they go and they side with Satan. Okay, and what equity? Well, they could be wanting to rule. They maybe want to usurp the position of the bride, or even Yahuwah himself, like Satan does. And so he gathers this great army from Gog and Magog that cannot be counted again, a huge army. And they begin to march against the camp of the saints, which is Jerusalem, because Yahusha and his bride will be ruling out of Jerusalem during the millennium reign. And so Satan goes and marches up there, and then Yahuwah has nothing to do with it. And he goes and grabs Satan and throws him into the lake of fire where the anti-Mashiach and the false prophet are. And then he kills that army off. And it takes Israel 7 months to clean up those bodies. Don't forget, flesh and blood will exist in the millennium reign, but the bride will have immortality. Everybody seen that? Okay, look, go to, we were just talking about, we just read in Revelations 20:12 there that these people, and during the second resurrection, are going to be judged by their works, right? They'd be judged by their works or their deeds, if you will. And really what that meaning is their obedience. Were they obedient or were they not? That's what works really means. But it can also be the test of love. Did they pass the test of love, which is described in Matthew 25? You know, I was hungry and you fed me. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was sick and you visited me. That's your love test. You're going to have to be able to pass the love test. Okay, otherwise you're going to perish. Okay, so but works really mostly is either disobedient, or were you obedient or disobedient? Okay, so as we look in Matthew 12, then 36. Go to Matthew 12:36 and 37. It says, "And I say to you that for every idle word men speak, they shall give an account of it in the day of judgment. For by your words you shall be declared righteous, and by your words you shall be declared unrighteous." You see that? So they're going to be judged by their works, whether they were obedient or disobedient, and by their words. Did they speak truth, or did they teach falsehood? That's how you'll be judged, not by what's in your heart. Now, but Yahuwah, there's a such thing as being immersed by the Ruach HaKodesh before your water immersion. That can happen to people. Why? Because Yahuwah knows their heart. And what I mean by that is he understands if you have all good intentions within you. You have no wicked thoughts or trickery in you for people or for him. You see what I mean? And so if you have a pure heart, which means that you love Yahuwah, you love the commandments, you love life, and everything like that, and truth, he knows that, and that's a pure heart, and he's going to snatch you up really quick. He's going to say, this person has a heart like mine, and you have a pure heart. He's going to take you, and he's going to immerse you with this Ruach, and he's going to seal that inner man very quickly before it can get stained by sin. And then you go and get your water immersion as an act of continual obedience or for gratefulness for salvation already given. But once the Ruach HaKodesh immerses you and seals your spirit for the day of redemption, That's all that needs to happen. It's over. That's done. There's nothing else you can do. You're going to be delivered at that point. There's nothing else to do. I don't know where all that's coming from. Okay, so there you go. We're going to be judged by your words and your works. Yahuwah is definitely looking for those who understand. And if he finds one, they have a pure heart, he immerses them, even before they're water immersed. Because their heart is pure. It doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen. All right. This computer's going nuts. I don't know where that noise is coming from. Everybody's muted.
Mark, you're muted.
Praying steadfastly says, I love the mishpacha here. Well, thank you. We're glad you're here with us. Maybe someday you can come on and we can meet you face to face. I don't see any other questions. There you go, Jilly. I think we answered your questions. That's good. Computer's acting weird today. I don't know. Okay. Any other questions?
Ike has a question.
Go ahead, Ike.
This might be kind of a simple question, but should a man wear a beard?
Should a man wear a beard?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're commanded to, yeah.
Okay. That's what I need to know.
We should not trim the corners of our beards. I mean, you can trim it, but you can't. What it means by trim the corners of your beard is like a goatee or a mustache with long sideburns. You shouldn't do that. You should have a full beard, whether long or trimmed. It probably doesn't really matter. It just can't be long, just a mustache or a goatee or something like that. You should have a beard. It can be short as Levi's or as long as mine or even longer like Chad's, is way down there. But you should. Now, there is an exception to that because I have some friends that can't grow beards. And they're naturally, for some reason, they just can't grow a beard. And, there's some races like that. They just can't do it. And so what happens then? Are they being disobedient to Torah? No, they are not. Okay, so they do not have to grow a beard by default because Yahuwah made them that way. So obviously, if they can't grow one, they can't grow one, and Yahuwah is the one that made them like that. So by default, they've been released of that command.
Unmute. Okay, yeah. Sharon, did you hear that?
What? What?
She makes me shave.
Oh no.
Yeah, man should not shave his beard. If you can grow one,
I don't make him do anything.
Yes, she does.
You can grow one. You should grow
does one. The spirit.
Okay.
No, he had a full face, but it was like bothering him, and so then he couldn't make up his mind if he wanted one or not. I'm like,
Okay, I'll keep it.
That goes along with the 613 mishvah, right? And so there's a lot of different commands in Scripture. There's actually more commands in the Natsarim writings by Yahusha than there are in the Tanakh. Okay, but let's focus on the Tanakh. So in the Tanakh, Christianity tries to teach that the Tanakh and all the laws, commandments in it are abolished and are irrelevant in this day and age, which is not true. But there are some laws or commands in there that are abolished. And these ones are not moral laws that teach us how to be righteous. These are the laws that were pertaining to the old priesthood, which is animal sacrifices, blood sacrificing, things like that. They've been abolished because there's no need for them anymore since the true sacrifice came, Yahushua Mashiach, the Lamb of Yahuwah, right? And so some of those are gone, but others remain. And the others that remain, some of them are for men, some of them are for women only, and some of them are for children, and so forth and so on, communities, things like that. So we have to use some common sense. If it's a law commanding for a woman, then a man obviously does not have to obey that command, and vice versa. Okay, but the law for a man not to trim his beard remains, and therefore must be obeyed. Now, some will say, well, what about the 10 Commandments? You know, don't we just, if we obey the 10 Commandments, aren't we automatically obeying all the other laws? No, because the 10 Commandments is a standalone covenant. It's called the covenant of love, or the renewed covenant, or the everlasting covenant. And what it is, it's a list of your marriage vows to your husband that you must obey to stay true to your husband. Remain loyal to your husband. You obey your marriage vows. You don't go cheating around on your husband, committing adultery with other GODs or even other humans or objects of worship. Because this is idolatry then, and idolatry. Yahuwah sees it as being an adulterer. That's how Yahuwah sees it. Read Hosea. See what I mean? So the 10 Commandments is a standalone covenant away from those other commands. Although several of the 10 Commandments are found in the 613 Mishpat. But nevertheless, they belong in the 10 Debarim, which is standalone covenant. Everybody get that? And you have your dietary laws as well. They must be obeyed. They weren't abolished either. Just the old priesthood laws were abolished. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Is this true that when he refers to there is a command that leads to death? Isn't that the 10 Commandments that if you don't keep those lead to death, but the other commandments are not unto death?
Yes, that's a very good point, actually. Every one of the 10 Commandments carries the death penalty for disobeying it. There are things that commands that you shouldn't do that does not carry the death penalty, and they can be removed by prayer. Okay, so
they can be removed by what?
Prayer. By praying. Sin's not to death. Okay, go to 1 John 5. I'm getting some weird looks here from you guys. Go to 1 John 5. So 1 John 5, I think 17. Yeah, it has to be 17 here. Yeah. Well, actually, it's up in, we probably should go to 15. Okay, it says, we'll go to 16. So 1 John 5:16. If anyone sees his brother sinning a sin not to death, see that? Not to death. He shall ask, and he shall give him life for those not sinning to death. So in other words, you should pray to Yahuwah and ask him to forgive your brother for the sin that he was committing, not to death. And Yahuwah will forgive him of that sin. He can also pray himself to Yahuwah to forgive him of that sin. He may not know. He may not know that he's sinning a sin not to death. And you do, then you need to pray for him, and then Yahuwah will forgive him of that sin not to death. See that? I do not say there is, let me back up there. If anyone sees his brother sinning a sin not to death, he shall ask, and he shall give him life for those not sinning to death. There is a sin to death. I do not say that he should pray about that. And all righteousness is unrighteousness, which is disobedience, is sin, and there is a sin not to death. And so what is that telling us then? That's saying that if you sin a sin to death, then you can die. In which, if you violate any of the 10 commandments, those are sins to death. There's sins not to death that you can pray for forgiveness and heal, and you'll get life, because they're not sins to death. See that? So what would you say about a man growing a beard? If he cuts his beard off, who thinks that's a sin to death? Anybody think that's a sin to death? Would that be a sin not to death? Yeah, it's a sin because you're disobeying Yahuwah. But it's not necessarily a sin to death that you're going to be thrown in the lake of fire for. But the man or the brother or sister that sees him sinning that sin to death must pray for it, and then Yahuwah will give him life. He'll remove that sin not to death from him, even if he doesn't know it's a sin. Everybody saying that? Now here's the biggie. If you know it's a sin, if you understand that it's a sin, and then you do it anyway, are you in bigger trouble?
Yes.
Yes, you are. Go ahead, Ike.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Yahuwah, for your correction. Thank you for your discipline. Thank you for revealing all your truth to me. You'll start seeing me with a beard.
Here's Lou saying, unintentional transgressions are not unto death, but intentional sin is. See, so that's why there's a big difference. Once you know truth and you reject truth and you continue to sin, that's a problem. Also, if you think that something's a sin, okay, you guys see these, see that book, those bookends I have right there? A lion head. See the lion head bookend I have right there? You see it? You see this? Okay. Some people would look at that and say that I'm sinning because to them, in their viewpoint, in their interpretation, their understanding, it's a carved image, and we're not supposed to make a carved image of anything in the Shemaim or in the Bretts. Same as if some of you have maybe a statue of an angel or something in your house. Okay. So to them, to that person with that understanding, that's a sin. Okay. And so since that's a sin to them, then they shouldn't have anything like that in their home. They should remove all knickknacks, anything that has anything to do with a figurine or a picture, portrait on their wall, everything like that out of their house and throw it in the trash can and get rid of it. Why? Because to them, it's a sin. So if they have those things in their home, they're a sinner because they believe it's a sin, and yet they do it anyway. Now they're in big trouble because it becomes an intentional sin, because to them, it is a sin. Now, to me, that's not a sin. Why is that not a sin to me? Because I'm not bowing down to that thing or anything else. I don't bow to that. I don't bow to crosses. I don't bow to any object or any other thing except for Yahuwah.
Hallelujah.
So to me, that's just a bookend. The shape of it looks like a lion. That's not sin to have that. I'm not bowing to it. I'm not bowing my knee to that. So to me, it's not a sin. So guess what? It's not a sin for me because I don't believe it to be a sin. This is called freedom of Torah. You can judge for yourself whether something's a sin or not in this type of situation. If you say it's not a sin, it's not a sin for you. Don't worry about it. If it's a sin to somebody else, then they better get rid of everything in their house that looks like anything at all. A dog, a cat, no matter what, a bird, knick-knack, whatever, you can get all that out of your house because to you, it's a sin. And then if you keep it, it becomes an intentional sin, and you're going to be held accountable for that. It's called freedom of Torah. So if you think something's a sin, don't do it because it will be a sin to you. If you think it's not a sin, then don't worry about it. Because you don't believe it's a sin, it's not a sin. Everybody understanding that? That's called freedom of Torah. Go ahead, Sharon.
What if we're together, married? One thing is, what if one has that thing is a sin and the other one says it's not? I'm not going to divide, because we're one, So until that person, I can't say anything, or that he can't say anything. So I have to go by the word for to do the desire and the will of the Father. So that's the only way I can look at it and not offend.
Well, there's two sides to that coin. Okay, the first one is the one you just said. Is it in Scripture? Is it commanded of Yahuwah? Is it a sin? Yahuwah says it's a sin, then it's a sin, and then y'all need to quit. No matter who's right and wrong, no matter which point of view you're taking, it's wrong if it's written in Scripture that it's a sin. Then stop immediately. If it's not, then you got to go into freedom of Torah. And if one says it's a sin and the other one says it's not a sin, then the one that's saying it's not a sin should stop doing it for the sake of the one who thinks it's a sin. And so it's like this, and Paul explained it very well. If you're invited into dinner and you take a companion with you, someone that's new in Torah, a beginner, and you sit down, and all of a sudden this beginner bends over and whispers in your ear, hey, they sacrificed that meat to idols. Okay? Although the strong, mature person says that has no power and he eats it, right? Well, because that new person's with you and he whispers in your ear, they sacrificed that to an idol. You should not eat that. Even though you know there's no power in that, you should not eat it for the sake of that beginner because you could cause him to stumble and leave the way. And then that's a sin, big time for you, because you caused that youngster to stumble. Same as wine or beer. If you go into a house and you've got somebody with you that believes that it's a sin to drink alcohol, period, but you, under the Torah, freedom of Torah, say, man, it's okay to drink a beer or a glass of wine, just as long as you don't become an alcoholic or you don't get drunk. You're cool drinking a beer or a glass of wine with your dinner. That's not a sin. But this youngster or whoever with you says he thinks it's a sin to drink alcohol, period, right? And you can't change his mind on it. That's just what he believes. So you go into a house and you sit down to eat dinner and they have wine there because you think that's okay to drink wine and he doesn't. You're not supposed to pour a glass of wine and drink that in front of that guy. You can cause him to stumble. He say, man, if this mature Natsarim is violating Torah and drinking wine, I don't think I'm going to follow this after these people anymore. And so he leads the way. Now you just sinned because you caused your brother to stumble. So the person who believes it's not a sin should not, and the person that believes it's a sin, you should not do it, because that person, until that person in his mind or her mind says, you know what? I don't think this is a sin anymore. I've been thinking about this, and that's not a sin. Then it's not a sin to either one of you. You see what I'm saying? Is that clear? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Clear.
It's in a marriage between a man and a woman. They are one, and the woman should look to her husband for spiritual guidance. That's he's your head, and his head is Yahusha. So with what he says, we need to obey, because that's how it's laid out. Women are to obey their husbands.
Yes, and we have the mind of the Mashiach. Okay. The one thing is, like he was saying, that statue or whatever it was that he had, I just got rid of all the things, because it's like, that's my conviction. But I always tell people, let the conviction be of that understanding that the word gives you, or a heart issue. Does it bother you? Don't do it, until you talk to the Father.
Thank you, Yahuwah.
Okay, so here Jilly has another question. But does the husband still rule the household and has the final say?
Yes.
And in most part, yes. But let's use the example that the husband is a non-believer and the wife is a believer. Okay, let's use the they're unevenly yoked syndrome. Okay, so at this point, the husband has a final say, but the wife shouldn't follow the husband over the cliff either. You know what I mean? And so you can't give up your belief in your relationship with Yahuwah to follow after your husband and go do things that are wicked lifestyle and go along with it, because I have to be wicked because he tells me to. I don't think Yahuwah is going to buy into that.
No.
And so you stand your ground. You would have to stand your ground and say, hey, that violates to your husband. And if he beat you up and punched you in the nose and pulled your hair out your head, say you're going to do what I say, then I think we have a much deeper case, more violent type situation here that is totally different what I'm about to say here. The wife, as long as she remains in her belief, remains in Mashiach, covers the unbelieving husband. She's the cover for that unbelieving husband. And therefore, he will be delivered through her belief because they're one, or vice versa. See what I'm saying? But you have to maintain that belief and remain in Mashiach. You can't follow him off the cliff. And you better do a whole lot of praying to Yahuwah about bring you guys together as one and making you evenly yoked instead of unevenly yoked. Okay?
Amen.
Anybody got anything else to add to that for Jilly here, asking the question? Does the husband still rule the household and has the final say? Yes, in some things, many things, unless it causes you to be disobedient. Like he says, well, you're not keeping the Sabbath, man. You ain't doing that. We're going out and we're going to go play golf on the Sabbath and go to get a steak dinner. And you say, I refuse. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. I love you, but I ain't doing that. He says, why? Because I love Yahuwah more.
Amen.
Something. But you better not violate that Sabbath because he's telling you to. Okay? You tell him, say, go out. If you want to go out, go out. Let him go. But don't you go. That's overstepping, man.
Hallelujah.
My opinion. That's my opinion. Does anybody else have a different opinion?
No, I just want to say it's much easier when the partnership walks in unity.
Amen.
I know guys, and I'm not mentioning any names. I know several Natsarim whose spouse left them, okay, because they gave them the ultimatum. Either stop with this Yahuwah stuff and this and obeying the commandment stuff, or I'm leaving. And they said, you have to leave because I'm not going to disobey Yahuwah. And they
Amen.
left. And they got divorced because of it. You have to stand your ground, man. But like Raul said, you need to both be united and come together and be evenly yoked. That's why you shouldn't marry somebody that's unevenly yoked with you. It's just it's a big problem, man. It's a hard thing to struggle with every day when you're with.
You can't tell a kid that.
Yeah, well, your kids are also covered under your belief too. Otherwise, they would be unclean. Remember that, Phyllis? Where's that at? That was in. Oh, where was that? I haven't thought about that in a while.
But it's if the kid is under a certain age, right? After they're adults, they're on their own.
This is true. I don't know, Mark, but the Jewish tradition says that until a child is of the age of Torah. I don't know what age that is. I guess when they leave your household.
20.
Yeah, I think that's in 1 Corinthians 7:14. Go to 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians 7:14. So 1 Corinthians 7:14 says, I'm going to back up to 12 so it makes more sense. 12 through 15, 1 Corinthians 7. And to the rest I say, not the master, if any brother has an unbelieving Asha, and she thinks, well, you guys control your mics. I don't know where all that noise is coming from. Okay. And to the rest I say, not the master, if any brother has an unbelieving Asha, and she thinks well to live with him, let him not send her away. And an Asha who has an unbelieving husband, and he thinks well to live with her, let her not send him away. For the unbelieving husband has been set apart in the Asha, and the unbelieving Asha has been set apart in the husband. Why? Because they're one. Otherwise, your children would be unclean, but now they are set apart. And if the unbelieving one separates, let him separate himself. A brother or a sister has not been enslaved in such things. Okay. And so to me, this isn't Yahusha saying this. Now, this is Paul. He makes that clear at this opening statement. And the rest, I say, not the master. So this is Paul speaking his understanding, what he believes. This is Paul's, the way Paul thinks. Okay. So obviously, if you have an unbelieving wife or unbelieving husband, they're covered under your belief. And they're set apart, even though they're unbelieving. And so the believing husband or wife covers the unbelieving spouse. It's covered. Okay. And then it says, for the unbelieving husband has been set apart in the Asha, and the unbelieving Asha has been set apart in the husband. Otherwise, your children would be unclean. But now they are set apart. So what does that mean? That means that the believing spouse has set her husband or wife apart with her. And so they both become believers. And so their children are clean and they are set apart as well. It's really not putting an age on this. There's no age that I see at all. But notice it does say if the unbelieving spouse wants to separate because of your belief, because you won't stop obeying the Sabbath when they want you to, let them leave. Let them go. But you can't go remarry. Okay, you just got to sit there and be alone and pray for reconciliation and for Yahuwah to recounsel you and make yourself yoked together so it's not so hard. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Because once they go, if they commit adultery, you're also committing adultery because you're one. It comes back and gets you too. It's a hard thing, you know. But remain loyal and obedient to Yahuwah's commandments, and you'll be good to go. Actually, the one that leaves and has an affair is it causing you to sin with that same sin. And so, what Yahuwah is going to do about that? He's probably not going to hold you accountable to it. But he will hold the head accountable, the one that was the head of that decision, you know. But that's reaching out there. Okay, that's just me talking. All right, so but the children here really doesn't say about their age. It just says otherwise your children would be unclean, but now they are set apart. And so, in other words, if you're the unbelieving husband was not set apart with the believing wife and they had children, the children would be unclean because of and where's that coming from? Nobody's mic's even on. Let me jump out and come back in and see if that stops that. I'll be right back.
Well, looks like he is playing peekaboo today.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Josh, is that you?
No, somebody in the chat.
Oh.
Sounds like that black guy.
Okay. I don't know if that's it or what. We did something. I can't remember what we did that stopped that before. Hello? Did it stop? Okay, so all I did was remove
it. No, it comes and goes.
It comes and goes. I don't know what's doing that, man. It's really weird. Say something, Raul.
Hallelujah.
With your mic off. Turn your mic off and say something. Okay, can't hear you. I don't know what's doing that, but anyways, that's that. Anybody got any questions on that? Any further comments? I don't know how that.
I got a question. If the child is older, not that I want to take away from my children, but if they marry, then and they go their way into whatever, not that's way, but then it's their they have to answer to their walk, don't they? Let me get that mute on.
Yeah, each person is responsible. Your mic.
Because when the woman leaves the house,
that's a weird, man.
The woman leaves the house. They're still covered under their father's house, from what I understand. But once she marries, then if the husband is beating her or whatever, she can go back to her father's house, is what I understood.
At a certain age, when you become the covering, then you're no longer covered under your parents. You know what I'm saying? And so a woman is covered as long as she is a virgin or she's not married, we'll say. She's covered under her parents. And once she marries, now she's under the covering of that husband. It doesn't apply anymore. As far as a male goes, when he leaves his house and he gets his own family, he becomes the head of that family, and he's the covering of his wife and family, and it's not going to apply to him anymore.
Is that Levi's? I think it might be Levi's stream.
Levi, are you doing that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Your mic's off too. Turn your mic on and off. Now turn it back off. Now talk. That's good now. Yeah, that was you. I don't know what the deal was. Your mic went off.
That's a strange thing. That's something new, Mark. We've never seen that before.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That happened to Raul earlier. Yeah, that's something new. Oh, at least Joshua finally figured it out, so we're good to go now. Just turn off your mic, Levi. Now talk. See if we can hear you. Yeah, okay, you're good. All right. Yeah, and that's common sense right there, because Scripture really doesn't say as far as age goes, but back in them days, if they lived under in the same tents as the father did, the father, right before he died, would pass on the covering to the firstborn son, right, or to his son, and then everybody would be under that covering. See what I'm saying? And so in that situation, maybe it does apply until the parent dies before you're released from the covering. So that's a possibility as well. Okay. See what I'm saying there? Because actually, the father of the son, the grandfather, back in them days, had the right to take the firstborn grandson and raise him up himself. He was allowed to do that if he wanted to. He said, give me my grandson, and he would raise him, which would mean what? That the son was still under the covering of his father. He had the right to take his son from him, his firstborn son, and raise him. You see what I'm getting at? So maybe until the parent dies. And after the parent dies, now the children are under their own covering. But don't forget, Yahusha is our covering. He covers everybody. So the man is the covering of the wife. The man and wife together as one is the covering of the children. But Yahusha covers the entire family. For believers. Cool. And then it could be, like we said, once they leave under the protection or the house of the parents and they go out and start their own family, they get their own house, that they become the covering of their family, and they're no longer under the covering of the believing parents. Could be that too. So I guess the only question is, how long does that apply to your children, right? That's the only question here. As far as the covering goes, it applies. All right. Anything else? Go ahead, Joshua.
I had my hand up first, Josh was saying.
Ahead,
with the commandment, the first of the love commandments to love one another says to honor your father and mother so that you will have long life and prosper. And that So if you raise, and then it says you raise up a child in the way he should go, and he will not part from it. So you see those, when you put those two things together, what you understand is if you raised your child with the knowledge of the commandments, then and if he honors you, and he will not depart from that when he grows up. And you see, so then it's all covered.
Yeah, it's the commandment says honor or respect thy father and mother, or honor thy father and thy mother, right? It doesn't give any age on that. It doesn't say when you're allowed to stop doing that. So it seems like it's until they, while they're alive, you have to respect your father and your mother. All right. That's what it seems like. There's no age on that. So is there an age on 1 Corinthians 7:14? You all figure that out yourself. I don't know. Go ahead, Joshua.
So there was some discussion in the chat about self-immersion versus, whatever. I'm not. I'm not even looking at the chat right now, so I don't know. But I had a question. I did a self-immersion in the bathtub, but you know what? I've been studying. I've been taking classes on Leviticus, just straight up, reading and trying to interpret classes. Nothing like what you're doing, basically. But from what I gather, running water is a big part of it. If it was water just sitting in a vessel, which I think is what bath water is, right? Then it's not the same as immersing in living water, which is what you're supposed to be immersed in. So I'm wondering if I did that wrong, because I think the bathtub is it's water in a vessel, whereas scriptures say it, especially when they're doing like the cleaning of the leprosy and some of the other rituals involving the hyssop and the bird and I apologize. You probably know. I wish I knew a verse I could point to immediately right off the bat, but I don't have one. But I was just thinking of that maybe I need to seek living water, which was a idiom for moving water, a river, a fountain, or a waterfall, or something of that nature. Something moving water in action.
Yeah, this is different opinions on this. I guess you're asking for mine, and so I'll give it to you. To me, a living water is any type of water that you can immerse in. In other words, you got to be able to go under it. I don't like having your head sticking out or your arms or feet sticking out of the water. I think I like total immersion, totally under. Okay. But I think that the water, as far as living water, is water that can support life. So in other words, if fish and lizards and frogs can live in that water, it's living water. If it's a cesspool and it's sewage-like and nothing can live in there, or even a water like the Dead Sea that has so many minerals and salt in it and nothing can live in it, I would count that as dead water, non-living water. And so I would. So to me, if you fill up your bathtub, and especially if you have a well, and you fill up your bathtub and you can put fish in there and they live in that water, it's living water. To me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of dig. I'm going to get some verses for you next time, not to prove you wrong or anything, but just to clarify what I'm trying to say, because it's going to take me time to find it. But
I know what you're saying, but those what they call those, Tad, what they held the water mitzvah. What was the container? Mikvah,
and a tevilah.
Mikvah, right? So this was water that they poured purification water in too, you know, and they even stored it in vessels and pots, you know, before they used it. So it was contained, but yet it was good enough for purification. You know what I mean? Now, do I think it's best to go down and immerse yourself in a river or a lake or the ocean? Yeah, I do. You know, but some people can't do that. And so some people are confined in their house. They're confined in bed. They're confined in prison. You know, they're restricted, and they can't do what I would prefer to do. Okay, so they have no other choice. And so to me, you have to use what you got, even if it's a shower. Worst comes to worst, if that's all you got and you're restricted and you can't find anything else, then I would at least get into the shower and do it. See what I'm saying to you? It depends on the situation, man. If somebody's in bed and they can't get out of bed, they're bedridden, you're going to pick them up and carry them down to the lake and throw them in the lake, or just run a spa or bath water or something and put them in there and help them go under the water the best they can, you know, would be better than not. You know what I'm saying? So circumstance comes into play here. But yeah, I absolutely do prefer if to be baptized, somebody get immersed in a river that they can go completely under the water, deep river, or a lake or the ocean or something, preferably. But the circumstances are definitely going to come into play. Josh, not everybody can do that. Go ahead, Sharon. So what I'm saying is the act of obedience is better than not doing anything at all. All right.
Okay. Phyllis had her hand up, and I'll go after her.
Oh, go, Phyllis.
No, he just said what I wanted to say. It's a matter of obedience. What you think you need to do. If you don't do that, then you're disobeying. So do what is put on your heart by Yahusha.
And my thought is that it's living water. When does it become living? I believe it comes living when you've repented and it becomes a decision for the living water. You don't pay for it. I mean, anyway, water has like a frequency. It moves just like the air, and also the first one, what I did was I got convicted. And I went, wow, I didn't know that. And I got in the shower, and it was washing. It was like taking away. And like weakness came over me, and I couldn't almost even get out of the shower. And I was lifted out of that shower and strengthened. So that was under the J-man. And then another one was in the pool under the J-man. And then the other one. Each time I grew as long as I walked along the way, and I started learning, and I go, oh, you know, I washed away that which was not of him. So then it was, what was it, Shua in the river, and the water, the way you do is you dive under and let it go over and let the water run away. And the same thing when I learned his name was Yahusha. And Yahuwah, I need your strength and your wisdom. Those are mikvah as you go along and you find, it's that which I think is more what he's looking for, not just that you're doing an act of, it's water. And my mother, I wanted to bring this up. My mother's 97. And I don't know, about 3 years ago, she's in a nursing home, which my siblings put her in. I don't want to even go into that. But anyway, I came in and I told her his name. And she would repeat it. And my mom had grown up in a Lutheran church all her life. And I said, Mom, this is his name. I said, Mom, I know that there's no water here, but when you go in the shower, I want you to repent that you didn't know his name, and then say his name, that you want him. You want him. And she said she did that. So she's 97 now, and she's still here. And she's a blessing, because I've learned a lot from her as just being content and being a mother. Thank you.
Sharon, you asked when does living water become living? It's living water. Moving water is considered living water because it circulates it and gets oxygen into it, and the oxygen purifies and cleans the water.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And it's not about what we think it is, just water. It's living water that has a frequency that carries that junk away, and we're no longer carnal. And it's kind of like the air you breathe. It's nitric oxide. When you breathe that in, it cleanses your whole body. So there's lots of things that are a lot more that we haven't understand, but we're getting more of Yah's understanding.
Yeah, I was just referring to Sharon. There's in Leviticus, there's a ritual for leprosy. I believe it is Leviticus 14, I think. And anyhow, in part of the ritual, it requires running water. It doesn't. You have to have running water going over this, which is interpreted in the scriptures as living water. So the two are synonymous, I guess, scripturally. But yeah, I see what Mark is saying too, though, that, I mean, it depends on the circumstance. Not everyone has access to that. Some people live way out in the country where there's barely any water, to begin with. So, is there anything in particular that needs to be read off as far as, or should it just be something from your heart that you should say? With immersion?
Well, you would be starting out confessing your sins and repenting, and then crying out for deliverance.
Okay, but I mean, there's nothing. I mean, I know it sounds stupid, but no special words or anything that need to be said. I mean, because that's what I did when I immersed in the baptism.
What'd you say, Phyllis?
I said there aren't any magical potions. Just be yourself.
Yeah, no, I know there's not magical words, but just anything in like specifically a thing that but like you said, it's just confessing your sins, right? And
repenting,
joining yourself,
admitting you were wrong, vow to obey him from now on, and be obedient, and ask him to deliver you from the death penalty, man.
I mean, that's what I did. So I mean, I hope it worked. I hope I did everything okay.
And then, kind of like when you're going under the water, think about what's going on. The old man's dying with Mashiach, and you're burying him. And then when you come up through the water, you're being reborn. Okay, in other words, you're coming up out of the water, and that's where the blood is applied as well of the lamb, because you're coming up out of the water and the blood, and you come up out of that surface, you're reborn, just like you're coming out of your mother's womb. Came out of water and blood when you were born, right? So you're coming back up out of the water and the blood. When the lamb's blood applies to you, washes away your sins. You come out a new creature, born from above. Now Yahuwah is your father. You're a son of light now. So you're going through a conversion or a regeneration, if you will, or you're being born again. You're getting a second chance at life. See, and then so you got to understand what all this process is. And you got to do it in the name of Yahusha. Go ahead, Sharon.
It's receiving, it's proclaiming. When you proclaim that you now are worthy because you have done, and he makes you worthy. And but a lot of people, even I've gone through this with some of the churches, they don't feel they're worthy. And I said, what makes you think you are worthy? And they don't know how to answer. And I said, it's Yahusha, but they never really received it because they don't understand. It's really hard for these churches because they really keep them oppressed. Thank you.
Truth.
Oh, no, they don't speak truth. You're right.
Sharon, I know what you mean, that people need to realize that they can't clean themselves up. They have to start with Yahusha cleaning them up.
Yeah, I mean, I know where my heart and soul is heading, and that's, where I am right now that's why I'm here today, learning and participating. But I'm still in this flesh body, and I guess I'm still struggling with the I guess the daily battles of the flesh, and it makes me question whether I have got the ruach or not, even though I shouldn't be doing that. You know what I mean? I should just be acting in obedience and not worrying about that stuff. So I guess I should stop worrying so much is my point, because I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. But, the doubt creeps in from time to time, and then confusion sets in, and then you're unsure. Oh, well, and I don't know. Just, it's probably stuff I shouldn't be worried about too much and just continue doing what I'm doing in the end.
Ike has something to say.
That's called pruning, isn't it?
Pruning.
Yeah, he's pruning you. He's trimming you up. As a testimony to me, Sharon and I have been in this movement since, I don't know, 08, 09.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell you what, here recently, he has really hit us hard. And the reason being, I think,
refining,
is because we have put his commandments upon our heart. It's finally dawned on us to keep his commandments to the T. And man, when we started doing that, the doors have just opened.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Ike, and that's exactly how I feel. And I just know it's like you said, no, it's the 3 stages. Well, I'm in that 3rd stage now, and I'm like, that foot, sometimes my foot goes out onto the other side back into the world, and then I'm like, oh, wait. No, I can't do that anymore. And then you're like, well, am I really changed because I did that or this or that and the other? And I guess I'm going through my own process, and I guess that's what I guess for some people, maybe it's instantaneous, but for me, it's been a process of moving from one type of person to another. But I feel like I'm definitely, well on my way on the right path. But obviously, there's always, for me, there's room for improvement, and I'm just going to continue doing it. And I'm not going to dwell on my mistakes too often, and try to pray for them and then move on and learn more and just progress, I guess.
You know what I do is every time I get a thought, or if I want to do something I shouldn't do, I say, I love you, Yahuwah. I love you, Yahuwah. I love you, Yahuwah. And I just keep saying that, and boom, that thought books, So that really helps me.
Yeah, that's good advice. And then, what I've had to do is, for myself, I've had to eliminate a lot of things from my life that I was watching and listening to, and all kinds of things that just take you out of that, immediately takes you out of that spiritual realm and back into the fleshly world, and that's extremely difficult because everywhere we go, that's what the world does, it shoves it in your face, and the choice is yours whether to, ignore it or act, go back into it, so especially just from where I'm from and the people that are around me, and I don't know, it is what it is, I guess. But yeah, I get what you're saying, and I do tell myself that quite a bit, remind myself, you're acting in obedience according to Yahuwah. Think of Yahuwah, Yahusha at all times, and staying in that mind frame is, for me, it's like learning a new discipline.
Yeah. I mean, another thing I do is this. I put that right on the speedometer of my truck. So when I'm driving down the road, I'm looking at it. So that really is a helper.
It's the small things like that people don't consider that would help at all, and it really does help you when you have those reminders, man.
That's right.
I put the 10 Debarim on my doorposts to my room,
Yes.
and so that way I see it when I walk out, and I also believe that's one of the 613 mitzvot. But
yeah.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt here just for a second. So today's study is over. I'm going to clear it over and end it right here. And so we'll pick up in chapter 18 next week. And thank everybody for coming on and studying with us. Open mic session now, starting right now, open mic. And I'll see y'all next week.
all right, guys, I'm heading out. You guys, Shabbat Shalom. Have a good
Before you go,
Shabbat Shalom.
before you go, Brother Josh.
Yes, sir.
I was on because I was looking up something for you. You had a question on basically, was there anything to, like a certain way if you're going to immerse yourself?
Yeah.
There really isn't, but Lou has in Fossilized Customs, if you have this book.
Yeah, I do.
You have some suggestions. If you turn to page 158, it says how to begin and become a Yisraelite. It talks about how to immerse yourself and what you should do to prepare yourself in Lou's book. And I think it's just a very good suggestions from a Natsarim.
You said page 158.
Page 158 in Fossilized Customs. Yeah. If you'll go down about a third of the page, it says how to begin.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put that in my phone right now so I remember that.
Okay. And it kind of tells you, just gives a lot of good suggestions on how to ground yourself and, things to realize before you go into that, because it's a covenant. It's a contract. So
yeah, absolutely.
you want to realize what you're getting involved in.
So, well, like I said, I've already done an immersion process in the bathtub, but I just I think I'm going to reevaluate that and redo it. And I do want to get to a river or a creek, and I also ground myself, ponder on what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and really make it a thing, because the bathroom situation just seemed kind of in and out, man. And I don't know, I think I would be better out in nature but it's got to warm up first. But yeah, I know. I appreciate that. I have that in my phone.
I didn't know that you were asking that question, and I remembered Lou's got that written somewhere. How to begin, just how to ground yourself and how to understand what you're getting into before you enter into that contract. And so I just kind of went through it, and there it is on page 158 for you. So
awesome, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. And I think we're gonna leave as well. It's been a great study.
I have a question.
Oh, Mom has a question.
This is for Phyllis. Phyllis, this is a fun one now. You're
Do what? What did you say?
Your wooden spoon. Okay. Oh, mine has little holes. I was thinking if you dipped it in the suds that you were working on earlier, and then poured through it, would have made individual bubbles.
Wouldn't that be fun? I
You have to try it.
I was blowing bubbles for my cat. He loves them.
Oh, I thought that would be another use for your and my wooden spoons that we keep.
I like it. Mine wouldn't work so well, but maybe if I was slow, I could pull them up out of a big tub.
Those would be very, very deformed bubbles.
That's cool.
Anyway,
That was it.
we love you all. Thank you.
Yeah, we love you too. Good night, guys.
That's
We'll see you next week.
Next week.
Oh,
You know-
Roll left too. Okay, I'm sorry.
You know, I was thinking about the many times that Yah convicted me to go into a mikveh. Okay, and I don't know. There's mikveh. I always understood was a baptism. Okay, or same. Back then, they did many times. They did mikveh, but I mean, I was like 42 before I ever had my first mikveh. And my mother said, she said, you know, I never really christened you or back, and then it's christened, but baptized you in the Lutheran church or any church. She said, I just didn't, it just came to me that I never did with you. I was the third child. So, you know, Yah knows, you know, so, I mean, she didn't tell me that right away. It was later on, even after the first one. So that conviction was so powerful. But again, along the way, as we do stages, you can say it like that, that you actually, even as I go through this walk still, I say, I remember when I did that, and that wasn't nice. You know, Yah brings these things back to me, but and I'm going, but again, just like I'm saying, some of these things will come back, some ugly, mean things, and yeah, you just have to rebuke them continually, because you're fighting, not really you, but the spiritual and the flesh. You're constantly fighting, and as we come closer, as Yahusha's return, and as he's speaking to us through the word, we're now exiting basically now through the world being way far away now, and we're starting to see everything in the spiritual walk, in the spiritual light. Now, how much more do you, Levi or Phyllis or anybody, want to stay in this world? No. So he wants to know if we really mean what we say, that we want to be with him for all eternity. Le'olam vayed, forever and ever with him. Or do we turn back to this world? I can't even see myself doing that. I just can't. Because I haven't had such great love as he's given me. Anyway, so Phyllis, how are you doing? Good?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. We were supposed to go out tonight. This woman that I talked to at the Y, she was telling me that her pastor's stepping out on Saturday at 5:00 to teach Hebrew. And so I was talking to Ike about going there. But as time went on, well, it's, no, we're not going. But the thing is, it wasn't like she knew I was coming or anything. She just told me where it's at and come on, So, yeah, and seeing that, I wanted to see what his thing was about stepping out and now learning Hebrew and what's going on there. I just wanted to see and then offer some brochures and just sit and listen. And yeah, but I guess that's going to be just giving her those brochures and let her come there. That's fine too. See, our library's nice because I can go in there and might make 30 copies and you don't pay a thing for them.
Oh, that's nice.
And they do front back, Oh yeah. Levi, you're in deep thought, boy. You're deep thought.
He's
Always in deep thought.
I think he finds humor in most of what we say.
Comfort. It's a lot of things. I'll say it this way: finding my family, my brothers and sisters, in this channel has been a confirmation on so many different things, and answer to my prayers. And well, let's say it like this: I've been looking for this for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure glad you landed here with us.
Right. It's everything that I've known for so many years, and it's like I finally found my family. I finally found my brothers and sisters, and led by Yahuwah. That's all I can say.
Levi, I agree. I agree.
Yep.
And I can't help but laugh because it's such joy for me, and tears of joy. It's like, oh, I don't have family. We have that we were born into families, but they have separated for a long, long time. But again, the day may come where, we may be available to them to give them the good news.
Do you have a YouTube channel, Levi?
I don't have no videos on it. I do have a channel. I thought about it off and on. I don't know if I'm going to do it or not.
But
most of what go on.
Okay. No, go ahead and finish.
Most of what I do, I keep my focus on my walk and people that I come across my path that are right before me and around me. Fellow workers, I donate my time in the community, and I do a lot of things, and I try to keep my focus on right before me, in real time interaction with people. Go ahead.
I've had some thoughts. Yahuwah's put it in my mind that, because I got a YouTube channel too, is to get on there and read the 10 Commandments only. Read them every day until he says stop. And I was just wondering if you would be interested, maybe joining me or something like that.
Yeah, I'd be interested in something like that too. It kind of got thrown in my heart the other night, or I don't remember exactly when it was, but possibly read, like you said, the commandments, but pick a chapter and read a chapter.
Well, we could do both.
And what would be good would be read chapter 18 and then tell them about spark in you. Yahuwah is Yahuwah.
Yeah.
The reason I was saying 10 Commandments is because that's the main meat of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because a lot of people believe you shouldn't keep them, and that's that's very important that we do. And I figure just read it every day. Maybe it'll press upon people to read them. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Leave the comments open, but don't answer any questions. Just see the comments, just read them, leave it alone. Read them, leave it alone.
But then how are you going to help? If someone has a question, how are you going to help them if you don't?
Right. That's just the thing. I'm so interactive. I'm all about fellowship and communication. Communication is everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when you do something like this, you got to communicate. You
Well,
have
the only, my reasoning is if Yah pricked them to answer a question, we open the door, but maybe it's to them to go find an answer. You know, I don't know. You know, I'm winging this. You know what I mean?
well, I've been doing this for so long that communication and answering questions and being an example has been a part of my life for so many years that, and I could go so many ways in this conversation. It's all about relationship and communication, verbal and nonverbals, action, and being an example.
Yeah.
Kind of like what we've been talking about over the last videos, and it fruits.
Yes. See, the only thing. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The only thing, I mean, I'm not scared of, but I don't think I'm mature enough to answer a lot of people's questions. You know what I mean? But I just wanted to get the point out there and let them take it from there. You know, see if they receive it.
What do you mean by maturity?
I mean, if I don't have enough book knowledge on the word.
Well, that's where Yah. I mean, you go ask Abba to show you where it is. I mean, that when I do things, that's what I do. Is I go.
Well, people are different.
Well, you don't know. I don't like to type. I don't like to write. But when YouTube comes on and all of a sudden I get convicted, I go, Abba, what did you say? You know, then you go and I go look things up, and then I'm okay. But it's not something that naturally comes to me because I don't like to type. But I do love to do like you do, Levi. Walk out and share example, his word, helping somebody, open the door for somebody. I mean, just be what Yah would be to us. Yahusha, showing us.
Correct.
I have a great idea for Ike if he's interested. Ike, you're doing these commandments, and if somebody did ask questions that you couldn't answer, you could post where to go. Sparking you is Yah. He can come here and ask us any questions he wants, or she.
That's a good idea.
Thank you, Phyllis. And if you do, you get a comment sometimes. You don't have to answer it right away. Just let them do a comment, comment and answer it on your next video. Or help point the way. I always say put the word in there. Because if they're willing to say something and what do they want to know, they'll go look it up. Sometimes I type it, but I go to the word and I'll type out the word, but it's sometimes, and then I'll put sometimes a bunch of other verses, but it's the Ruach that, if they're really hanging there and want to really know, they'll go look it up. And a lot of them know it, know, or whatever. You just allow them to let the Ruach lead them through their questions. But I don't know, Phyllis, how do you, Levi, not to interrupt between you and I, but how do you get phone numbers or whatever without it being out to the public? Let's put it that way.
Well, I was going to put mine on the private chat last week because I wanted to talk to Phyllis and Lou about some things. And Phyllis gave me the number to get a hold of them sometime early in the morning during the week. Mm-hmm. I still got the number. I never got a hold of them this last week. Busy and a lot of things going on. That's my focus was a couple other places, and it's still on my heart, but maybe the things that I wanted to talk to them about might have changed. Far as I don't know, I could probably put my number here on the private chat and you can grab it. Or I would say, this is something I'm going to pray about. Because like I said, I possibly I'd be interested in it.
Oh, there it is. Look.
But I'd say pray about it, and then next Shabbat we'll talk and maybe exchange numbers some way, somehow.
Sounds good. I think it's the best answer.
Right. I'm about being really patient about making choices and decisions, and
Yes,
it's his will, not mine.
that's right.
So I'd say we pray about this and then go about it next Shabbat.
Sounds great.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I appreciate that.
For sure.
I'm eating pistachios.
Well,
I don't have anything else to say.
me neither. Me neither. I was just saying, I think it's been said. I think this
Right.
last part was it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, we just want to thank you.
Are
for
we
the
ready for the priestly blessing?
Yeah.
Yes, the blessing. Thank you.
All right.
You had to peekaboo first.
All right. I'll do it.
Oh, peekaboo.
All righty. By the way, just so you guys know, if there's any time you need to talk privately to me or to Phyllis, or maybe even Lou, when I end this, if you stay on, it's private. We won't be on the internet. It'll be a private, like Zoom meeting. Okay. Or just keep that in mind. Let us know. Say, can I talk to you guys or Phyllis or me or whatever after the show? Then you just stay on, and then it'll be a private. And if you just want to talk to Phyllis privately, I can walk out of the room and just leave you guys in here. See what I'm saying? That's a possibility if you need to do that. But anyway, here we go. And Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, this is how you bless the children of Yisrael. Say to them, Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Yisrael, and I myself shall bless them.
Hallelujah.
Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem
Hashem
Yahuwah.
Yahuwah.
Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah.
That's right.
Shalom.
Mark, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Where do you get your shirts?
Oh,
I've been wanting to order some.
I just get on Amazon and type in Yahuwah t-shirts, man. All kinds of them come up.
All right. Thank you. I
You're welcome.
appreciate that.
Bye-bye.
Yep.